Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast here today. All right. Welcome to the show, everybody. Good to see you here today. Let me get this game loaded up. Forgot to press the A button. Let's get our YouTube chat going here. All right, let's get a Discord post made, and then I'm all yours, chat room. Good morning, everybody. Sound off if you're tuned in here this morning. It's good to see y'all back in here today for some Animal Crossing shenanigans. Here on a Friday. Happy Friday. I think a lot of y'all are off work for the holiday, a long weekend. We'll do our best to accommodate. All right. Thank you for your patience here. I think we're ready to go. Good morning. Let me go ahead and go back to the Twitch chat and see those of you that were here pre-show. Thank you, Oz, for the gifted subscriptions this morning before we even went live. Good morning, it's Taco. Good morning, Blue-Eyed Sam, first in the chat. Dual Master D. Good morning, Samantha. Good morning, Bubbles. Welcome in here, Satellite. What up, Mixer? What up, Prof Unknown, Majinx, Gamer Ladies in the house, Zane's in the house, Freddie Collins in the house, Megs by Another Name's in the house. Good morning, Dear Diary, Spankum Nasty, Mossy Pauls, Dazabound, Lynn Love, UMT, G Ski, H Des Waves in the chat, Brielle Basor. Welcome to the broadcast as well. Coco Queen, Naders, Leia's in the house, Ham Labs is in the house, Louden is in the building, Armazale, Mrs. Pirate, Perch STG, long weekend incoming. That's right, a lot of people have off Monday. A lot of people have off today, even more people off on Monday here in the States. So some of y'all are off already, maybe not everybody. We made it to the bottom of the chat. Good morning, Dina. How you been? Here's to hoping the next AC has villagers doing morning announcements or Tom. Is it bad I'm tired of Isabel? No, I think we're all a little burnt out of the Isabel. Not to mention, it's actually been 2 games in a row where we've had Isabel kind of in our face because of New Leaf. Not to mention the Isabel fatigue already started well before New Horizons. We had 10 years, we had a decade. Well, 8 years of nothing but Isabel. What holiday is it for us non-Americans? I don't know. Happy Friday watching Hylian Descent, miss. We celebrate every Friday. That's right, Jessica. Tell him. Tell him.
2 years. Let's go. Time has gone by so quickly. H-Day hype, H-Day hype, H-Day hype.
I don't see a lot of people playing Yoshi. Yeah, we played it yesterday. You can watch the VOD. I think you tuned in towards the end. Oh, you were... Never mind. I read your question wrong, Freddy Kala. It's Memorial Day. I thought you were asking, like, if you have a holiday. Like, if the non-Americans have a holiday. I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, Memorial Day is on Monday, where we remember the fallen. That's what it's about, Memorial Day. Shout out to all of my service men and women and non-binary out there. We appreciate you. My whole family is in the Army. Father was a Marine. Yeah, people just aren't playing Yoshi. Yeah, I know. It's not the kind of game that's really going to be streamed. It wasn't even that popular yesterday. Yesterday, there was 8,000 people in the category while I was playing it. And there was, most of them were non-English. The one English was 4,000 viewers, and then the rest, I was the second highest at like 200. Yeah, it's just not every game's gonna be a popular streaming game. That's all. You know, Yoshi is very much targeted towards family-friendly kids, you know, cozy gaming. People that aren't necessarily looking to watch it, and people who don't necessarily feel the need to play it on Twitch. Streamers are usually looking for more engaging content, unless they're just like super excited about a Yoshi game. Those people exist. Those were the people who were playing yesterday. So yeah, you know. But yeah, we finished it yesterday. We finished it for 8 hours. It was fun. What up, Meg C, baby? Yo, what up, Brog? Good to see you, Brogonic. Yeah, we finished the game. And then after we finished the game, we found out that there was 4 more chapters post credits. So there was 4 extra chapters post credits, with each with 6 characters to unlock, 6 abilities to unlock each. So I mean, a bunch of solid content post credits. So the game wasn't over yet, but I saw credits and I was good enough. You know, I'm not like some massive Yoshi game fan. I had no intentions of 100%ing the game. I just wanted to show it off, and I just wanted to help you all better decide if the game was for you. So I had zero intentions playing the game past credits. I just so happened to beat the game in one sitting. So we're done. Now Batman. Well, Batman got delayed on Switch. Sip. Batman also doesn't release for 4 hours. Sip. Batman also couldn't be pre-installed if you didn't buy the deluxe edition. Sip. And I can't install games while I'm live. Sip. So we're not playing Batman today. Welcome to the show. Happy Friday. We're doing some Animal Crossing this morning. It is what it is. Do you plan on doing tours today? Probably not. We're going to be doing some island designing. But you're welcome to sit back and relax and hang out with us here today. I wonder if Yoshi will ever get the Breath of the Wild open world treatment. Yeah, you know, me too. Feels like every game's getting that nowadays, huh? Why do we Switch fans always get delayed? Because Nintendo didn't give anybody the kits. So I don't actually know the answer to that. You're just venting, which I feel the same way. But if you're curious, my prediction or my theory is that my proposition here is that Nintendo didn't give anybody developer kits for the Switch 2 well into the Switch 2's release. Like, there was plenty of people, like third-party studios, complaining that Nintendo had not given them developer kits yet, like 6 months into the Switch 2's life. So this is one of those situations where we could potentially blame Nintendo, because Nintendo was playing favorites on who they gave developer kits to. So all these games coming out have to rush their Switch 2 edition, and they keep delaying the game. This is the second game I've been looking forward to playing on the Switch 2 that got delayed. Like, that sucks, man. Why are you doing that, Nintendo? Like, this is Nintendo's fault, in my opinion. But, you know, these are all theories. I don't know for sure if these are facts. So who knows? Who cares? It's just fun to point the finger at somebody. And today I'm blaming Nintendo. You know, I just got to point the finger at someone. Yo, what up, Crystal Shine? Good to see you. Yeah, you can find the VOD on YouTube under the live tab yesterday, if you guys want. But I didn't feel like playing more Yoshi today. I don't think many of y'all were interested in watching. So, like, let's be honest. I think it was okay to move on from Yoshi. I think we're good. I think it was fun. It was fun for a day. It was fun for a day. But yeah, I think we're chilling. Yeah, it was cool. It was I actually had a lot of fun playing it. I'd play it again someday and actually do all the content. It was that good. I could see myself going back and 100%ing it one day as like a fresh playthrough, because it was actually that fun. Just not right now. Bad timing. Yeah, it was cute and silly. Yeah. And I'm super happy I got a chance to show it off. I really appreciate the having the honor to do that for all of y'all. But that was yesterday, and well, today is today. And good morning and happy Friday. How y'all feeling today? If you're just tuning in, I'd love to hear from you. What benefits besides being able to pre-download Batman for Deluxe Edition? Well, if you get the Batman Deluxe Edition, you get to play the game 3 days early. Well, that's already over. So I don't know what else the benefits are. Does anybody else know? Do you get like a bunch of costumes or some nonsense, or cosmetics or Batmobiles or something? It's probably some nonsense like that, if I had to guess. Last day of school, we did it. Yo, good morning, Trips14. Good to see you today. Yo, Groot's in the house. I see Classy Saya and April as well. Good morning, April. Hey, what up, YouTube chat? How you feeling today, man? Any plans for the weekend, y'all? We need to crowdfund this, man, a PlayStation 5. Yeah, it's pretty expensive. I'm trying to budget for one right now. I just got a lot of stuff going on in my life. So, and then I have to decide between getting like a PlayStation 5 or getting like the Steam machine that could potentially come out this year, or just buying a second computer. I kind of could use two of the three. The PC and then one of the other two. So, sleeping and gaming this weekend. I like that. You'll be playing through Yoshi this weekend. Nice. You picked it up, King of Arcadia. Hope you like it, man. It was fun. I think that game has a solid 30 hours sitting there for people who actually want to take their time. I think so. I think that game has a solid 30 hours sitting there for those that want to take their time and really enjoy it. All right, let's go take a walk around our forest and see what we're working with today. I wanted to chill with games this weekend, but I got too much to do around the house. Yeah, I've been busy. I've actually did manage to find a good amount of time to sink into Subnautica Death Run the past couple nights. That's like week or two, but that's about it. And I was having fun with that, let me tell you. I feel like I'm gonna die soon though, because I have to go to Aurora, the Aurora, and there's pretty much a guaranteed Reaper encounter at the Aurora. But I've been building up towards this. I got the stasis rifle. I'm ready, but I'm afraid, and I'm too afraid to go. So I haven't played the game. You know what game's scary? When I'm too afraid to go do the thing I need to do. So I haven't loaded the game up because I'm just like actually scared. I'm like, all right, dude, I've built all the way up to this point. Now what do I do? Wait, Fantasy Life put out a code to celebrate their first year anniversary. Sick, dude. Yes. Oh man, I love Fantasy Life. What did they give us, Jody? What did they give us? Oh yeah, Subnautica can run. Yeah, Subnautica can run while I stream. I told the chat if I died in Death Run, I might consider doing a run on stream for fun. But I'm not going to stream Subnautica for right now. But yeah, it'll be a game I come back to. I can promise you that. It's just not good timing. I ended up just playing it by myself because I had other stuff going on the channel. I'm really trying to slow down on the channel right now. So I don't want to talk about it too much, but I got myself all caught up again this year, and I need to slow down, and I need to just finish some stuff. So right now I'm really trying hard not to introduce too much more to the channel. I'd like to finish some of our projects. I want to go into this summer feeling real good and clean slate. So outside of some of these new games that we've been playing, like Yoshi and Batman and stuff, I'm trying to chill out a little bit. So like if I do night stream stuff, it's probably going to be No Man's Sky is what I'm thinking at this point, because again, I just kind of want to stick to stuff that we started that we didn't really finish. But also Zelda's the other night stream vibe right now in my mind, if I can. And you know, multiplayer stuff, that's always on the table. But don't worry, we have an announcement coming up this Monday where we're going to be doing a lot of content for the Summer Game Fest week, so stay tuned. We have an announcement coming up this Monday. We're going to be doing a pretty fun week of content, all based around Summer Games Fest and different game shows and game announcements. And I think it's all going to be starting with Wholesome Games. When's Wholesome Games again? June 6th. Summer Games Fest might even be before that, so it might be starting with Summer Games Fest. Here's the 2026 Game Informer schedule. Let's see what we're working with this year. I have this wrote down, but I don't have that in front of me. I actually have it on pen to paper. So yeah, we saw 6-1 Indie was yesterday. I skipped that one, but I'm sure we'll go back and talk about it. Let's go all the way to... Yeah, there's a bunch of like little stuff happening from now until June 6th. And that week, there's like one called Indie Quest, which we might watch on June 1st if we have time. I think it's May 28th. So yeah, we might watch that one. But yeah, State of Play, Tuesday, June 2nd. So this is kind of right around what I plan to start things off here. We have... There's also the Midsummer Night's Scream, which is like horror games, but I'm probably not going to watch that. But we have the State of Play. Then we have the Latin American Game Showcase on the 4th. Then we have the women-led games on the 4th as well. And then we have the Accessibility Summer Showcase. Then we have Summer Games Fest, which is on... which is what, 5 p.m. Eastern. I think that's also on, yeah, that's June 5th. Then we have the Day of the Devs, which is also on the 5th. Then we have Southeast Asian Game Showcase on the 6th. Then we have the Wholesome Direct on the 6th. And then we have the Story Rich Showcase. And then we have the Future Game Show. And we have the Pride Parade Gaming Pride Parade. Then we have the Frosty Games Fest, and then we have the Xbox Showcase on June 7th, and then we have the PC Gaming Show on June 7th, And that's the wrap it up. Like, we have a lot of game shows. We're talking about a week straight of just game shows to be jumping into. We're going to be checking out as many as we can. I'm not going to be watching all of them, but we're going to be watching as many as we can, and we're going to be live as much as we can, playing games. It's going to be a blast. We'll talk more about it on Monday when I can sort my thoughts out a little bit. But the reason I brought that up in the context of what I said right before that is, oh, did you hear that beep? I'm so sorry. I don't normally talk when I turn off my AC. My bad. Hopefully it wasn't loud. The reason I brought that up in the context of night streams is because my plan for that week is to be around a lot, you know, and it's going to be fun. Yeah, did you hear the beep? Hopefully it wasn't loud. That's my bad. I'm usually very conscious about those types of noises. We're not trying to spike any anxiety in here, all right? There's enough of that happening outside. Also, Jody, you're dressed as Link on my island, Breath of the Wild style. It's on their Twitter. Let me go look it up right now. Let me go look it up right now, huh? Twitter, Fantasy Life. Yeah, we have a channel in the Discord, I think, still, unless I deleted it because it was dead. I think it's still around if you guys want to post it in there. Also, if y'all want the Palia channel back, you got to let me know. I don't know how many of y'all are actually playing in our Discord. As a thank you to everyone who has supported us, we're sharing a special commemorative illustration. In addition to the upcoming mobile version, there's more to look forward to. Stay tuned. All right, here it is. Here's the stuff. So here's the art that they shared. I love Fantasy Life. Look at that. What a cute game, man. One of my favorite games. Get me out of here. What the heck? One of my favorite games of the year last year. Yeah, this is the one I want. Do I want the Japanese Twitter? Maybe that's what I need. This is the English one. I want the Japanese one. Here it is. Boom. Unfortunately, I can't read Japanese. Translate section to English. 1.5 million words of mine. You can get valuable legendary materials. Please use it for powerful item production. Thanks. That doesn't help me at all, but like it kind of does as well. Yeah. If y'all want the Palia channel back in the Discord, let me know. I saw y'all yapping up in gaming discussion last night, so if y'all want me to provide you a private space, or you know, like a separate space, I can do that. Let Random know if you talk to him, because he might be sleeping. But yeah, I'll do that later. Great, thanks for bringing the code up. Sure, no, thank Jody over on YouTube. Thank you, Jody, for taking care of us, man. All right, oh, let's go walk around real quick. I just want to go see, like, what are we working with? What did we accomplish on the last episode? What did we accomplish on the last episode? We really started getting pathing down in bushes, and we're about to start doing details. We're finally going to start decorating today, which is pretty exciting. All right, there you guys go. There's a little bit of a Palia channel for all you Palians. I'm okay with building temporary channels. You know, we'll delete them if they die off. Do 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 do. What up, Asia B? How you been, man? Good morning. Charlie's in the house. Enjoy your lurk this morning, Teddy Mackerel. Trying to finish stuff up so you can get out here and go to a convention. Nice, dude. Well, I'd ask what convention you're going to, but I don't want to distract you any further. So get out there and go do what you gotta do. Did you see the Crazy Taxi Twitter tweeted out a video of a taxi light on like, hey, we're back essentially? So Duelmaster, did you by chance hear about maybe 2 years ago, maybe a year ago, but I think 2, Sega came out and they announced 6 games are going to be revived, or 4. It might have been 4 IPs are going to be revived. They mentioned Golden Axe, I think. They mentioned Jet Set Radio. They mentioned Crazy Taxi, and they mentioned something else. And during this discussion, they said that Crazy Taxi is going open world, and they're creating like a Crazy Taxi MMORPG or something insane like that. And we've been waiting ever since to hear more. So yeah, nice. That's super cool to hear because it's about time. We've been waiting to hear something about Crazy Taxi for about 2 years now. And nice, dude. I'm super happy to hear that. I did not hear about that, dude. I didn't see that at all. Yeah, I'm real stoked. I'm not like a super omega Crazy Taxi fan, but I do think the idea of like a big open world game or something seems kind of cool. Wouldn't it just essentially be like the taxi missions from Grand Theft Auto? Just a little bit more crazy. I couldn't remember which IPs it was. Yeah, right. That's why I brought it up to see if you had all heard about that as well. But yeah, they mentioned like 4 IPs in the past. I don't remember all of them. I just know Crazy Taxi was one of them. That'd be legit, not online though, right? No, I think they were talking online. I think when they talked about it, WB, unfortunately, they were talking about a big online game, I'm pretty sure. I could be misremembering though, so don't take this too serious. What up, Tam Perpetrator? How you doing today? How's the Perpetrator household? All right, so we need to start decorating. So this is where we start to have fun. And we start to realize that we have no materials. And we start to realize that we gave everything away to clear our storage out before the release of 3.0. So this is where we start to have regret. Let's go. What up, Spartan Leonidas? Good morning. Charlie's in the house as well. I see that baby. Oh yeah, Iwana's cool. Yeah, Jody. She's the cozy queen. I never played Crazy Taxi series, but it's cool to see older games get life again. Yeah, I own it on Steam, man. Go pick it up on Steam for like $3, Duelmaster. Crazy Taxi got a Steam port for like $3. And you can just play the arcade mode for like 5 minutes and you get satisfied instantly and then you just turn it off again. I never play it for longer than like 15, 20 minutes because it's like you can just play arcade mode and it's just like kicking back on the arcade with no quarters. And it's super chill. So I recommend you go pick it up, dude. I bet you it's like $3 on Steam. Now I think that Sega did start to remove some of their Sega games from Steam. So let me know if I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure it's there. No, it got removed. Dang it. So sorry, dude. You want to share libraries real quick so you can play all my games? Hit me up. Hit me up in a DM. If you want access to a bunch of my games and stuff, let me know. Send me a DM. I'm being serious. Ba-doo-doo-doo-doo, ba-doo-doo-doo-doo. I'm pretty sure they made the family stuff on Steam super accessible again. Over the years, Steam family system has changed and gone up and down in usability and accessibility. But the current iteration of Steam family is super accessible. I think you can have up to 5 people in your library, and like that's it. And you guys can share games, and I can play a game from your library and you can play a game from mine, but we just can't play games from the same library at the same time or something like that. But it's really accessible. So yeah, like send me a DM, Duel Master, if you want access to my games. I think I got like 2 family spaces left. I wonder if you would even be able to play it though. You want to know what's super, super funny though, Duel Master? Is that I bet you can't even play Crazy Taxi because it's removed off the market. So it's probably locked to my library. Because like there's some games that are like that. Like no, you can't play Grand Theft Auto 4 out of my library because there's rules on Grand Theft Auto 4. So you have to own it yourself. You cannot play it out of my library. So I bet you can't even play it. Funny enough, I bet you can't. You can't leave the family for a year? Oh, that sucks. That blows. I didn't know that. That's super funny. Oh yeah, send me a DM, Slip Slope. Good morning, Slippy Slope. All right, let's start looking for items. Do you need anything for your island? No, I'm okay. Let's start with the basics. Let's start pulling out the basics here. And when we say basics, we mean log steaks. Best item in the game. All right, let's drop these. Man, I hate that you can't mass drop in this game. What an oversight. If it's not in the marketplace, they lock you out from playing it. Yeah, exactly. But like, I can still play it because it's in because I bought it. Like Steam, that's the one thing that Steam is really cool about, is that if a game gets removed off of the Steam marketplace, if you purchased it, you still own it. You just can't share it with other people. Yo, what up, Sea Stove, baby? All right, maybe we need some mushroom stools. Is there any Xbox games that you'd like to play? Are there any Xbox exclusives like there are with PS5 and Switch?
Woo, 7 months of relaxing days watching.
Yo, Caden with the
Smiley
7.
face.
Can we get some smilers in the chat? Thank you, man. So right now, Xbox is trying to return to exclusivity, but Xbox kind of died off the exclusivity train a little bit, but there's still some stuff that's not anywhere else. Right now, Xbox actually owns the most studios, I think, like out of all the game companies. Microsoft's been buying everything up. So yeah, there's a bunch of Xbox games I'd probably like to play. However, most Xbox games are also on PC on the Microsoft App Store on my computer. So I've been able to play almost every Xbox game that I've wanted to play. So that's not really been a problem. So does that answer your question, kinda? So like, even though Xbox does have a few exclusives still, they're out hanging by a thread, and they said they're going to be going back to exclusivity. It's never exclusive from PC. So no matter what, if you're rocking a Windows computer, you can play Xbox games for the most part, like 90%. But I do have an answer. Listen to this. I want to play old Xbox games. I want to play games that are stuck on the original Xbox and Xbox 360 that they haven't taken the time to backport up. And there's a whole list of those games that I could start rattling off. stuff that I've wanted to play for years that are stuck all the way on an Xbox that I would have to like figure out how to emulate and go through a whole journey to play. The best one to mention is Jet Set Radio Future. Jet Set Radio Future's been stuck on the Xbox for as long as it's been existing. And I don't own an OG Xbox, and I would love to play it, dude. And there's a handful of other games that come to mind. Fire up Halo 3, yeah, dude. Like, there's a handful of games that come to mind, but no, nothing like recently that like really moistened my jowls. You know what I mean? Not really. That wasn't also available on PC. Yo, what up, Sammy Dot? And Starling's in the house. Yo, welcome to the show, baby. How you doing today, Starling? All right, we need leaf piles for days. Leaf piles for days. Let's get all this stuff out of the storage. I know, I want to play Jet Set Radio Future. Listen, Jet Set Radio is fun, but Jet Set Radio Future is where they peaked, dude. Any Jet Set Radio fan will tell you the same thing. Jet Set Radio is a good game. Don't get me wrong, I played it. It's fun. It's a little janky. Jet Set Radio Future was the peak. Oh, yikes. Slip slope. So yeah, you would have to add me to yours, but I'm also already in one. But, you know, in the future, we could all bundle up if your partner was, like, comfortable with that. You know what I mean? It'd be like me, you, my partner, and your partner. And then we would have access to, like, 1,000 games, I bet, which would be sick. The mega library. So keep me in mind. Yeah, that'd be dope. Yeah, the mega library. Because I think we can have 5. Is it 6? Okay, cool. That means we don't have to boot Beatles. Because he's my library buddy right now. That means we don't gotta boot Beatles. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is good. It's not the same, but it's good, right? I played it during my 24-hour stream. I don't have the VOD on YouTube, but I'll release it for you soon if I can. It was really good. No, I didn't talk about anything for the stream specifically. I was just talking about games that I want to play. As far as games backlogged for the stream, I guess we would want to refer to the master list. So I used to have a game recommendation channel that I deleted because it wasn't necessarily being used the way that I kind of intended, and I was cleaning up our Discord, but I still have the channel. So this is the channel of a channel of recommended games that I've cleaned up. I will eventually probably re-release this channel and approach it differently. So these are all games that the community has suggested, but there's no guarantee I'll play them. Here's a list of all the games I've played, which can also be found here, but it needs to be updated. And then here's a list of all the games that were played but not beat. And then here's a list of games that are backlogged. So why don't we take a gander, Jessica? So I owe Planet Coaster, Aura Fell, another playthrough of Minish Cap, which is coming, Half-Life 2, Garden Paws, Neo and Neo 2. I'm gonna hate these games, but I might also love them. Catherine Full Bodied, which I don't even know what that is. Littlewood, and then Drawn to Life, the next chapter. These are some of my backlogged games on the channel. Yeah. I've played Minish Cap on the channel before. You can find that on YouTube. I think it's released. It might be released.
Always
but we'll play it again.
So grateful for this space. H-Day howdy Kells.
Yo, Kells is in the house, baby. Kells is in the house, baby. Loving the chat. Can we get some love out there for a resub? We got to support the supporters, dude. They're the ones that make this all happen. Thank you again, Caden, as well. Couldn't do it without him. That's just the gosh darn truth. Love to see you go back to Story of Seasons, A Wonderful Life. So, as far as like a couple notable mentions for backlogs that I'd like to get to eventually, A Wonderful Life and Friends of Mineral Town are both on that list of games that I just didn't quite have my fill yet on stream. I'd also like to go back and play Story of Seasons Pioneers of Olive Town because I lost the VODs. Subnautica Below Zero because I lost the VODs. I'd love to play through Fable 1 on the stream one day. These are all just random games I'd like to play one day. I want to play New Vegas one day for you all. I want to play through the whole Elder Scrolls series, starting with Morrowind for you all. That means a Return to Oblivion, of course. Maybe even the old stuff that I've never played, like Daggerfell. I really want to play Neverwinter Nights for all of you one day. That's right, old school Dungeons and Dragons. I'd really like to play... I'd love to do a Mega Man series playthrough for you all. I want to do a Metal Gear Solid playthrough, all of them, a series playthrough for all of you. That's it for now. I don't know. There's a lot of games that I'd like to play. I just don't have the time, you know? We'll get there eventually. Thanks for the biddies, Cozy. All right, I need flowers. And I need a couple bushes, but probably not a ton. Let's just grab a handful of bushes. Let's not grab a ton. I didn't release it yet. Okay, Classy Side. It's one big video. Oh, I have to edit it. It's a 16-hour video that I have to edit into 2 parts. I'll get it edited soon. It's on my computer. I forgot. Yeah, I played it in one sitting, Classy Saya, 16 hours. I was dying by the end of it, literally and figuratively. And Skullin with the 500 biddies coming in the chat. Let's go, my dude. Lego Batman still on the docket. So update for all of y'all. Here's what happened. So for those that weren't here, we did manage to beat Yoshi yesterday, and Yoshi is available to watch on Twitch and YouTube. So feel free to watch Yoshi. If you didn't get a chance to watch it, if somebody wants to link the VOD from the live tab yesterday, that would be cool. Actually, I'll just do it real quick. Now, Lego Batman, I was going to play this weekend because I thought Yoshi was going to take me 2 or 3 days. It ended up only taking me 1 day. So I thought last night at the end of the stream, why not go ahead and play Lego Batman today? Well, guess what? It's not released until noon or like 1 p.m. They hit me with the old okie dokie. Instead of releasing it at midnight like a normal company. And then here's the second problem with that. And if you watch me long enough, you know that this is a little bit of a problem, unfortunately. And I'm not proud of it, and I don't even want to talk about it. But I cannot install games while I'm live because I only have 1 hard drive. And if I install a game to the hard drive I'm streaming off of, my whole channel tanks. and it lags and it destroys my computer. So they wouldn't let me pre-install it. Why? Because they have a deluxe edition that you have to spend $20 more to install and play it 3 days early. So they didn't offer the standard service where you could download a game and pre-install it. So no pre-install. I can't install it during the stream, and it doesn't release until noon. So I unfortunately I can't play Lego Batman today. So what we'll probably do is we'll probably play tomorrow, or maybe I'll come back later and play. But yeah, I can't do anything about it. I got screwed. So sorry, dude. I'm really sorry about that. What up, Panda Brep? Good morning, Sophus. Is your ZA playthrough on YouTube complete? Kind of, but some of the episodes are stuck in the live tab and they're not in the playlist. So I have to like put them in the playlist. Unfortunately, ZA got... I'm trying to figure out how to run my channel, and ZA is in the middle of the change up. Trying to figure out how I want to handle my VODs. Because I don't know what to do, because if I leave the VODs in the live tab, then they're harder to find if I do a multi-game stream. And then I have to, at the end of every stream, I have to go and I have to label everything and change titles, and it gives me like a bunch of extra maintenance that I have to do after every show, which isn't too bad if I can figure out like a formula, you know? And then the other so I used to take stuff from Twitch and then I would highlight it and I would clean it up and I would ship it over to YouTube. But then I have to release a whole separate video. And then at that point, that content exists twice on my channel, in a video and then in the live tab. And I've been going through this like for this whole year, trying to figure out how I'm going to handle the future of my content. I'm not sure yet. So unfortunately, ZA is all jumbled up. Half of it's in the live tab, half of it's released as videos. And I'm just trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing, because I don't know what to do yet. So. Yeah, you know how they do group. Yo, what up, LPK? Good morning. So yeah, unfortunately, my YouTube content's in a weird place. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna handle it for the future. It's tough. It's a tough problem to solve, because it's a problem that I didn't have for 7 years, and now it's a problem I have to figure out. So yeah, if you go to the live tab, you might be able to search under Legend ZA. You might find some, but maybe not. I'm not sure. Let me go to the live tab right now and see how the search function works real quick. Yeah, if we go to the live tab, if we click search and we say Pokemon, will it bring stuff up that doesn't have Pokemon in the title is the question I have. See, I don't think it does. I think it has to say Pokemon in the title, and that's a problem, because not every Legend ZA stream I didn't put the word Pokemon in the title. So yeah, I have to go through and clean all this up for y'all. I'm working on it though. Thanks for asking. Thanks for enjoying my content. I appreciate you. What up, Casino Roy? Good to see you today. Boom, 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 boom. I agree, Groot. I'm very blessed in that sense, my dude. All right, let's grab some flowers. A couple of these white mums. A couple pink as well. Grab some purple. Grab a couple yellow. Yo, good morning to the daily check-ins rolling. How are ya? How are y'all? Good to see y'all in the building. I have 2 houses in my island. When I moved in my Switch 1 main profile to my Switch 2, my second house profile didn't move. That's right. I don't have access to the house. Oh, wow. The house is just sitting on the island. Well, have you tried making a second character on your new Switch and maybe they can move in? I'm not sure if that's an option. Give me just a moment here. Yeah, you might be able to do that. What up, Mansa Musa? Yeah, nerdy lady, that's kind of the plan going forward, but it's the old content that needs to be sorted. Okay, cool. I'm going to grab some more coffee. I'll be right back. I just needed to quickly check a message on my phone. Thank you for your patience. We'll be right back with the Friday show. I just need some more caffeine. I'm tired. All right, thank you. What up, Pastel Constellation? What up, Things Nat Says? M Credible's in the house. No worries, nerdy lady. You're good, man. Thanks for trying to help.
I thought Lucky was Snoopy for a sec and got excited. Too much Tomodachi.
Too much Tomodachi. Oh my lord. Dude, I heard my neighbors playing. I was downstairs doing laundry, and what do I hear from the fucking basement? I'm like, shut the fuck up. I'm like, no way. I didn't think these ladies gamed. Like, I don't know them. I don't know them well or anything. I was like, shut your mouth. They're playing Tomodachi fucking life. I can't escape this game if I wanted to. Ten out of 10 neighbors. Yeah, they're pretty cool. They just went up the cool factor for sure. They're a bunch of little youngins, so we don't have a lot in common, but it's cool that we have a common thread. Because they're like literally 20 moving out in their first apartment. I think they're like 19 on their first job. Like they might have just got out of college. So maybe 22. Either way, I'm basically 100 years old compared to them in their eyes. So we don't like have a lot to relate to, but like I'm pretty sure in their eyes I'm just like the old fat dude that lives in the building. Like they probably described me as that at least once. Like, you know what I mean? Like so it's like funny that we have a common thread. It just goes to show you in life that, you know, humans, the human experience and connectedness matters, and how there can be 15 years between somebody and you can both enjoy the same thing. Like, that's cool to me. That's cool to me, dude. Yo, thank you, M Credible, for 26, man. Yeah, you know, that's like a really cool thing to me. I think that's neat, you know? That's pretty cool to think about. Dang it, I need steps that are going in the other direction. You think I could find footprints that are going in the other direction? I guess we'll take a quick look at the portal. I don't want to dig. I did this on the last episode. I don't want to sit here and dig through this portal right now, but let's check real quick. He's ancient. He was born in the 1900s. Damn, son. Damn, son. Can you flip it and reverse it? Nah, Missy Elliott doesn't play Animal Crossing. She only plays Tamagotchi Life, apparently. That's where she can get her freak on. I've always gotten along more with older people than people my age. Probably because I'm an only child raised around by older people. That makes sense. Dude, this the massive Bigfoot. That's funny. Are they all going in the same direction? They just copy and pasted the Stop copy pasting. Somebody flip it, please. Thank goodness. Bingo bongo. Got you. See what other options we have. Nerdy lady, that's funny. That's a fast track to feeling old. That's for sure. Gonna make Hubs coffee? Oh, very kind of you. What up, Taz? Good to see you, dude. Good morning, Taz. Okay, I like these a little bit more, but it's like the same. All right, so we're just gonna take it. Did you see Red Dead Redemption 2 has passed Wii Sports as the number 4 selling game of all time? That's insane. You dethroned Wii Sports? You dethroned the game that grandmas were buying? Let's play some video games, Sonny. It's my life. Like, what? Damn. Red Dead Redemption. Damn. That's crazy. Yo, you for real sitting here, Genji? You better get out of my face, dude. All right, we'll finish this later. Up, he moved. I know a lot of people love it, but I got bored of Red Dead Redemption 2 after 40 hours. Didn't fully click with me. Some things were too slow. All right, I'm not ready to do weeds yet. That's the one thing that we're not going to do yet. We're gonna have to do weeds kind of last because I need to like let them grow to the full. Or I'll grab a couple weeds and we'll let a couple grow to full. That's actually not the worst idea. So I should go around and clean all the weeds up around the island though real quick. Yeah, when it comes to open world games, I'm just a fantasy guy, man. What can I say? I'm just a fantasy guy. That's why I never really got into Grand Theft Auto and stuff. I was playing Morrowind while people were playing Grand Theft Auto 3. You know, I was playing Wind Waker and Twilight Princess and Morrowind on Xbox. And when people were playing Grand Theft Auto 4, you know, even though I played Grand Theft Auto 4, I told you, and I loved it. But the truth is that I was more into World of Warcraft. I was more into Oblivion, Skyrim. I've put thousands of hours into Skyrim. So I never really found the time to play Grand Theft Auto. Now, obviously, you can love both things simultaneously. Who would have thought, right? I understand that, but I didn't have time to play both. So I chose fantasy over anything that was a parallel to real life. Rarely did I ever play games that were parallel to real life. I preferred fantasy. Yeah, I like the fantasy setting. I like swords. I like magic. Driving around in cars wasn't really too cool to me. Riding around on horses, cooler, but still not as cool to me. Even though horses are kind of fantasy, you could argue, right? But I will say this. You want to know, recently I had a thought. Yeah, right? A thought out of this brain. So as far as like American culture goes, right? We're like a melting pot. You see this with food, right? Like we don't really have like a food culture. There's a couple things though that we do that like kind of originated here, and like, you know, we're known for certain things, but we don't really have like a culture that's like really defined as American. We're like just starting to create it now, right? Like otherwise we've always just been the melting pot. That's literally what our country was developed on, the melting pot. We are all cultures. We are all of them. I grew up in the greater Cleveland area. We have Polish, we have Turkish, we have Slavics, we have, you know, everything. All right. So I started thinking about like, well, what is America's like culture? What would you define true American culture as? And then the answer hit me like a ton of dynamite sticks. The West. The West, the Wild West. That is the like most tried and true American thing you can think of. The West, the tried and true, the Cowboys. That is America. And that was what everyone thought of when they thought of America before the modern era and like Michael Jackson and pop music and stuff. Before that, people were thinking, they thought of America, they thought of cowboys. They thought America, they thought of cowboys, they thought of the West. So it's real interesting because I never really considered that that's actually American culture. And I realized that I want to play Red Dead Redemption more because of this. I realized, I was like, dude, I really do want to play Red Dead because I think Red Dead might be one of the best games to like really get to live like the American culture, like really like you know, we don't get a lot of games like that because we don't really have like a super defined culture. So like, unless you're making a game look like New York, right? Which every single company has done, right? Think about it. Right? It's like, if it's America, it's New York. Right? Like that's it. It's like, if it's America, oh, it's New York. What else do we have? It's Cowboys. It's real funny. It's like, I never thought about that. It's like, it's always New York. They're always portray us New York, New York, New York. I'm sick of that trope. I'm sick of that. I'm sick of New York. I'm sick of every game and every piece of media that has anything to do with America. New York, New York, New York, New York. Like, and then I thought about it. The Wild West. The Wild West. That really is like true American culture. You want to know what helped me decide this even more? Was this guy right here. Hold on a second. And I've mentioned this guy before, and y'all are hip. Cowboy Kent motherfucking Rollins. I started watching this dude teaching me how to cook, and he teaches you about like the true American culture food, the stuff we were eating during the Dust Bowl, the stuff we were eating during like the Great Depression, and he really taps into what I actually believe to be like real American cuisine, like the food that we should be known for. But like that doesn't really get talked about because it's all about hamburgers, right? It's all about boigas. When nobody talks about the stuff that we actually did here that matters, right? There's another channel as well. It's what's that channel? Cozy knows it. It's Cooking with History or whatever, where they go to the colonial age and they cook stuff from like when we were only like 13 states or whatever, and like when we were just colonizing America. And he goes through and he cooks like all the stuff that we would have been cooking from like the pioneer age and stuff, and like big metal kettles and everything. And I'm like, dude, like that's American culture. Like I find it fascinating that we don't talk about this stuff. Like, dude, I really wanted to start to touch base with like what makes me an American, like what is true American culture that's getting overlooked by all the nonsense. Well, I kind of want to define American culture. I feel like it's getting lost in all the nonsense. And I think we really do have some pretty awesome stuff here. It's stuff that we originated and that just gets ignored as if we are, oh, you're just a baby country. You don't get, like, it's like, dude, we have some really strong culture here. And like, and that's what, like, my brain started going in this direction. And I started thinking about food and like video games. And I was like, you know, what defines American culture? And then this is where this conversation came from. And it was like, dude, like Little House on the Prairie, like that kind of vibe, right? Like Amish country kind of energy. Yeah. Taste of history. Yeah, a taste of history. Ralph Lauren. Oh my gosh. Anyways, so yeah, that was all to say. I feel like I should play Red Dead Redemption so I can finally embrace my inner cowboy. Because that's who I am at my core, man. I'm just a cowboy. I'm just No, dude, if I had any roots, all my roots were in the East. So while everyone was being a cowboy in the West, what were Americans doing in the East? That's the real question. Because that's actually my roots, whatever they were doing in the East. Because like I'm sure my family was like all around Ohio and stuff. Industrialization, right? I did play Red Dead Redemption 1 on stream. I did for 4 hours, and I even wore my Woody costume. My Woody costume. I mean, true American culture is Native American. Well, yeah, but at that point, you would be appropriating another people's culture, so that's not quite true. Right? You know what I mean? Like, I understand what you're saying. You're saying, like, true American culture would be the culture from the people that we stole the land from, but that's not entirely true, because after the stealing of the land, the tragedy that was, we started developing our own culture. And that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about post-tragedy stealing people's land, because while sure, some of the stuff we learned from them is in our roots, and there's no denying that, you could say that about everything in America. We have French roots because we had French migrate here. We have Polish roots because Polish migrated here. We have thousands. So like, I know that. What I'm trying to say is, what's the stuff that we created as Americans purely? The pure American culture that developed after that tragedy. Obviously, there's a lot of that, right? And that sucks. But I think there's some real American culture. And again, like, look at like Cowboys. Look at like, there's some food that was created solely out of the brain of an American. Like, there is food out there. Like, that stuff exists. Like, we have culture that at this point is kind of our own. It's not just like the stuff that we either appropriated or learned from other people, right? And then you have to realize this as well. You have to realize, and this is the other thing that I learned going down this rabbit hole, all right, is I learned that a lot of the people who migrated here didn't want to just keep, like, so there was a lot of different migration that happened to America. And a lot of the people who migrated to America started creating their own culture here within their own home. So for example, there's a lot of Polish people who came here and started changing their native Polish culture to an American Polish culture on purpose. They purposefully wanted to start fresh. They wanted to do something new. So they started their own culture here, and like that, some of that was on purpose, some of that was choice. They were like, okay, I just had to leave Europe, I had to leave a bad country, and now I want to start my own journey here. So instead of just being a blank, I'm gonna be a blank American, and I'm gonna like start my own thing here. So, you know, there's things that were created through American culture, like things that you could say are kind of the culture of the people who were born and raised here in America, you know? And that's kind of the stuff I'm talking about, you know? There's a lot of inspired stuff. There's a lot of stuff that was taught and learned and stolen, or whatever you want to say. But I think there's a lot of stuff that was started right here. Like, for example, Creole. Right. A Creole originally was like a French thing that infused into America, that eventually became very distinctly American, right? But that does have French roots. So it's interesting. So again, it's like, where do you draw the line? And you say to yourself, like, where is like American culture, you know? Like, and like we have stuff that is distinctly American, that's not just like some hodgepodge always, you know? And like, even like Creole's a good example. I almost brought up Southern America and New Orleans, but every time you bring that up, a lot of people instantly throw in your face that the roots of that are French. The roots of that is French. And it's like, okay, I respect that. But, you know, not everything has roots. Some things did get created here. And like I'm saying, if you watch that guy, Kent Rollins, he'll teach you some dishes that you're going to be like, that's the most American thing ever. You know, it's funny. Yo, what up, Coco? Good to see you. A lot of Southern food is American, 100%. Charles Entertainment Cheese. Yeah, you know, it's fun. It's fun to think about. It's fun to go down a rabbit hole and like really define. Well, because, you know, it's mostly for me, it's just fun. But I think it's also really appealing to like know your roots, you know, and like something that you could, like, where your country comes from. Like, I don't know about y'all, but like, I know a ton about American history and stuff, but I don't know a ton about like the food and the culture around America throughout its whole life. I just know the stuff that the popular stuff tells you, the stuff that you know because of school, the stuff you know because of media. But like, there is some real down to earth, grassroots, like American culture stuff that just gets tossed to the side. And that's the stuff I'm talking about. You know, it's like that stuff is out there, you know. We have the D's Nuts guy. That's pure American. I've always been drawn to Europe and the old world, and I want to travel to 3 different countries in one day. Then realizing I can do the same thing in the States, thinking, okay, let's explore US first. Yeah, I agree with that. And thank you, Saya, for the love in here. Good morning, Nisi Star, by the way. But yeah, I do I do love thinking about this kind of stuff. It's fun. It's fun to think about this stuff. Wild West, dude. The Wild West all day. Yeah, what's up, Wild Boys? Good to see you today, my dude. Gator and rabbit sausage links. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I never heard of that ever in my life. Are there other places that eat gator regularly like Floridians do? Or is that an American thing? That's like a good example. I've never had gator. I've never heard of anybody ever talk about eating alligator, except for Americans. Now, maybe I'm just uncultured, but you see what I'm saying? Like, that's like such a good example of like, ain't no one taught us to eat gator. We just started eating gator because we were down there and we were hungry. Like, pretty much anything with the Amish isn't a good example, right, dude? Florida is eat or be eaten. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. There you guys go. You guys are getting it, right? Like, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Like, there's some real interesting stuff that gets swept under the rug when we talk about American culture. And like, I think the Wild West is something that I swept under the rug because I never really accepted Cowboys as reality. I understood that it was real. I understood that people actually live that way. And I understood that like, that was a reality to some extent, but because there was so much media around Cowboys, I never really accepted it as a reality that like Cowboys existed and American culture very much was like wrangling, like it really was like that. Like, and I never really accepted that as a part of like American culture, especially because I live up in the North. I've lived up in Ohio. So it was just like a different world entirely for when I grew up. But I'm talking about like the 20s, the 1900s, right? Like 001, 002, like that era, and like our culture, where it came from. It's like, it's just all so interesting to me. The 1800s and like how people were living then. It's like real interesting stuff. Cowboy versus alien must be real. Yeah. So like, that's why I had this weird realization about Cowboys recently. Like, I straight up was like, wow, Cowboys are kind of real actually. And I need to accept that as a part of my history. like that was actually a thing people were doing. Now, obviously, like, you know, it's dramatized and stuff for TV, but like, it's real. Those dudes existed. Going on to Texas, Cowboys are still around. That's what I'm saying. Like, I never like fully embraced that. I really didn't. And then recently it all came crashing down. I was doing research into like American culture. I was like, well, I think Cowboys are a part of it. Big time, actually. Oh yeah, dude. Oregon Trail was my introduction to the pioneer life for sure. And Little House on the Prairie. Boy, did I have a crush on that girl. There's a carriage store near my house. John Wayne would never lie. Get out of here. Now they order their burritos at Chipotle. Get out. Alto girls like is serving Cowboys burritos. 1 minute they're wrangling and horse riding. The next, burritos at Chipotle. You just described people who live described people who live from a place called Brunswick in Ohio. They all wish they were from Kentucky, and they all even more so wish they were from Texas. So they roll around Ohio like they're in the South, and it's like, get a life. They all wish so bad that they were Cowboys, and like, so we call it Brunstucky. We don't call it Brunswick, we call it Brunstucky, because they all want to be Kentuckians so bad. They change their voice and everything just so they can be a real Kentuckian. It's like, shut up, you goon. Freaking Brunswick. Does Brunswick stew come from Ohio? I don't know. Lots of Cowboys in Oklahoma. I'll do a purple here. I never knew anyone who wanted to live here on purpose. Oh, Kentucky. No, just in case I have any Brunswick viewers out there. Just kidding. Don't take it personal. JK. Oh, is there a balloon? Oh, I didn't see it. All right. Lots of mums in our forest. Some dads, too. All right, let's go get some more. There's a college kid I have to interact with here and there. He's international and he came here and he purchased a cowboy hat and boots with spurs, and he calls you ma'am and literally says howdy. I think he watched too many of that Yellowstone show. I'm telling you, that's the thing. Like, that's like kind of what I was saying. Like, I didn't realize it. Like, but like when others look at America, like that's what they see. Like, that's American culture. Spurs and howdy, ma'am. And like, here's another one. Anytime I'm in anytime I actually get a chance to sit down and have a conversation with somebody from like who's just recently moved to America, like maybe Ohio. And you can tell because like, you know, maybe they're still fumbling around English a little bit, you know, or well, I'll find out through conversation that they like just recently moved in. So the point I'm trying to make is because generally speaking, there's a thing I noticed and I find it so endearing. All right. And it's howdy is one of them. And there's another American term that I've noticed, like, it's not word. Hold on. What is it? It's man. Yeah. Man and dude. I've noticed that man, dude, and howdy are three preferred words when people interact with me when I'm like very American and they are maybe like newer to our culture. Maybe you can't make assumptions, right? I know plenty of people that have been here for 10 years, but they make a point to keep their language intact. So they still don't speak English as their main language, which I think is totally chill. So that's not what this is about. But just if they're kind of newer to our culture, that's what the point I was trying to get to. Because that they'll be like, yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Dude. And like they really emphasize the man and the dude or the howdy, because like it's like their way to like fit in, and it's so charming. It's so funny to me. It'll be like, yeah, dude. And like it's so charming to me. It's like, well, because we say it a lot, you know what I mean? Like we say a lot of dude and man. That's like we say that a ton here in America, and it's in our media a lot. So I feel like people who travel here, they think that that's like the thing to say when you're like if you want to speak a little closer to an American, and if you want to be relatable, dudes, mans, and howdies are like interestingly the go-to. I've noticed that, and again, it's so charming. I say y'all a lot where I live, and you guys, yeah, I say all of them, to be honest. I always have random, dude, I can't believe I don't have any red mums. What happened to all my red mums? I guess we'll take these. Guess we'll take these sprouts and let them grow up. Grow big and strong, okay? Dude, man, howdy. Dude, man, howdy. Yo, what up, Doobie Crossing? Yeah, super funny. That's what Cozy made me think of, though, because they mentioned the howdy. Yeah, I swear that's what people, even still to this day, sometimes you'll run into people who that's America. Howdy and howdy, ma'am. And to an extent, there's a huge part of that. I mean, you go down south, you go to Texas, and that is still everyday life. Boots, spurs, hats. I wouldn't know. I've never been farther south than the nation's capital or North Carolina. But I assume that like you go enough down south and there's still plenty of that. All right, I'm not okay. I do have enough room. Okay, good. You don't see spurs too much outside of the ranch. That's funny. You crack me up every time you say grow big and strong, okay? Because I remember grow big and strong, okay? Yeah, Dumb and Dumber's funny. Classic movie, exactly. I love any chance I have conversations with people about their culture. I'm that guy. Anybody else? Any chance I get, dude. Any chance I get into like an Uber with somebody, or if I'm like on the bus or waiting for a bus or something, you know, whatever. I randomly did take a bus recently. I'll always sit down and be like, hey, what's up? You know, and we'll chat. You know, so I wanted to bring this up because remember the other day when we had the conversation about small talk? I have to be honest with y'all. I completely lied to y'all's face. Listen. Well, I half lied. Because the truth is that I don't really like doing a ton of small talk, but I realized after that conversation with y'all, I'm almost always, I feel like the person who starts it. I caught myself. I was in a cab and I caught myself like, hey, so you from around here? Because the dude took a turn that most cabs don't take, because he took a turn that was like a deep cut turn. And I was like, ooh, this guy knows what he's doing. And I was like, you from around here, man? And then I thought to myself, damn it. Like, dang it. Like maybe And then I started realizing, like, you know what it is? It's because before I started streaming, I lived a very isolist life. But streaming opened me up to a side of myself that I was always kind of a social butterfly. But I spent so many years in isolation and like pushing myself away from people that I kind of forgot that in all reality, I'm like a very social person. And I like being social. And like, I guess that when I made those comments about small talk, I was talking about a past version of me. And I didn't really think about it until that cat read. And I'm like, the truth is like, that's a past version of me that's not really around anymore. That's a version of me that like, I don't live that way anymore. I don't live that same isolist mindset in life. So like, it's real interesting how that happened. But I wanted to share that with all of you because I lied. And like, I actually am kind of a social guy, you know? So the reason I bring that up is because any chance I get, I will ask like, so, hey, where are you from? Oh, nice. What's that country like? You know, and I'll ask details about all sorts of questions. If they're willing to talk with me, I'll talk with them about, you know, their culture and how they feel. You know, I don't want to go into politics or anything, but I had a real serious conversation 2 weeks ago with a guy that just straight up revealed to me he was afraid about, you know, stuff happening in our country. He's here on a visa, and he was just like, I'm not gonna lie, dude, I'm afraid. He's like, I don't even want to be driving. He's like, I don't even want to leave the house. And I was like, I started tearing up a little bit, and I'm like, on behalf of my country, I'm so sorry, dude. I was like, I'm so sorry, man. Like, I'm so sorry, dude. And we just like, we chatted a little bit and we connected as humans, not as cultures, not as colors, not as any of that. We just chatted as two human beings and how unfair it was to feel afraid to be living your life, dude. You know, I talked to him. I told him I couldn't really relate. I was honest. I was like, I've never had that feeling. I'm a white guy. I get to walk the streets tall. And the worst that I've ever dealt with is like being fat and like being ashamed or something. And I'm like, I've never ever had to deal with that. And I can't even fathom what that feels like, you know? And I got to hear it straight from this dude's mouth. Like, I got to talk to this dude straight about what it felt like to be in the current times. And I was just like, oh my gosh. It was a real heavy conversation, but it was real cool. And we both like got to interact with each other in like a really open way. And I bet you both of us had probably never had that conversation. Like with the opposite, you know what I mean? Like, I bet you both of us had never been able to sit down and talk with like somebody from a complete opposite spectrum and be like, this is how I feel. And like, this is how I feel. And it's like, wow, I didn't know you were going through that. And it's like, yeah, I didn't realize that you felt this way. And it's like, yeah. And it's like, wow, I guess we're both kind of in this together. And it's like, yeah, most of us are. And we got to walk away from the car like feeling like connected and like not as lost and not as like alone in all of this. And it was like really cool. It was like really cool. And we were just like, all right. Yeah, it was like really, really, really cool. It's special that you're sharing his story now. Yeah, it was real cool. So like, I realized like, I just sit there and yap all the time, dude. I'm such a yapper. I'm such a yapper, dude. I be getting in these cars and I'm like, what's up, dude? Sometimes I'm not in the mood and I will keep my headphones on and I hope that they don't talk to me. But if they talk to me, I'm always kind and cordial. Like, oh, hey, how are you? I'm good. What is your thought about Project Rabbit? I don't know anything about Project Rabbit. How are you, man? What's that game about? Oh yeah, you're good, Lights. I saw your comment. It was great. It made me laugh. Yeah, what up, Cozy Chicky? But anyways, I just wanted to share that. We don't have to stay on the heavy topic. But I thought it was a pretty cool share. And it was a reminder for me and anybody else out there that, like, you know, just say it ain't like that. We'll just leave it at that. You know, it just ain't like that. Yo, welcome to the show, Cinderella. Good to see you. Hope everyone's feeling good. Happy Friday, y'all. We're doing some island design. Lego Batman doesn't release until noon. So we are unfortunately going to have to delay it until tomorrow, most likely. Unless I feel like showing up later, which I might, but I don't want to tease something that I might not do, so just ignore what I said. Do 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 do. Boom 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 boom. Yeah, but I kind of got screwed with Lego Batman. I'm not gonna lie, man. Not only did they delay it from the Switch, which would have allowed me to install it and play it today at noon, they also didn't allow me to pre-install the game on Steam because there's a deluxe edition that you have to pay for to pre-install. So it like changes the rules. Because sometimes if you're lucky, you can pre-install a game on Steam before it releases. So you can just click play when it comes out. But because they're selling early access, they're not allowing me to do that with the copy of the game that isn't the deluxe edition. So I couldn't install it and just wait and smile and just like wouldn't let me. He went out for a midnight release for Lego Batman. I wonder what happened. Yeah, he probably didn't get it. Unless they sold the physical copy early or something, but that doesn't sound right. But I'm not sure. Now we're planting some weeds so we can get these bad boys to grow fully here. And we also need to get some glow weed up in here. Oh yeah, we gotta go get some glow weed up in this piece. We gotta get our glow weed on. Let's go grab some. Can't believe I forgot the glow weed. Alto's a freaking gamer and a Cowboy server. Alith's a freaking gamer. Tamperp's a freaking gamer. Brielbasaur's a freaking gamer. Trademark Alto Girl. Trademark Alto Girl. Did you know workers in the Dutch area wear name tags with flags on them that represent the language they speak? I didn't know that. That's cool. I like that. Dude, at one point in our channel, we had language mods that would help us translate those that would come into the chat with a lack of English. That's how accessible I wanted my stream to be. At one point, we had language mods that would help us handle that stuff. After a while, it became less of a need as my audience shifted a little bit more American. At one point, my audience was 50-50 UK America. Well, like 45-55. Thank you, Eradicate, for the Eradicate. Why do I always do that? Eradicate, thanks for 3, man. And then my audience, as I went from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m., my audience went to 65, like 35. And then when my audience, when I started going from 8 a.m. to instead of 7 and 6, my audience went to 75-25. And then slowly but surely, my audience shifted to 80-20. So I'm pretty sure still to this day. Let's go take a quick peek just for conversation here. Let's see what my past 30 days, where y'all are watching me from. You guys down? Let's see where y'all are watching me from the past 30 days. You guys down? Let's see. All right, here it is. The past 30 days of streams. Let's actually just choose all of... Oh, they won't let me choose a whole year. Okay, past 30 days. 71% United States, 8% Canada, 7% United Kingdom, 2% Germany, 1% Netherlands, 1% Australia, 1% Sweden, 1% France, 1% Spain, Norway, and Finland, and then notable mentions, which are maybe like 0.5%, Brazil, Mexico, Belgium, and Japan. Past 30 days. So pretty international. And if you didn't hear your country get named, it's because you are under 0.5% or so. If you didn't hear your country get named, you're probably under about 0.5%. So you're just like right under the cusp. Isn't that interesting stuff? I think this is super interesting.
Birthday cake party and face gets balloon.
Yo, thank you for 17. What up, Daisy Cat? Yo, and happy birthday. We got a birthday in the chat here, Daisy. Get some birthday love in the building. Good morning. What up, Minty? Hold on, is there a way for me to highlight when people at me in this chat? No. Oh, free. Ooh, highlights. 1 second. Mentions. I got that. Oh, it's because it doesn't have BTTV settings where it highlights when they say the name Hylian. That's fine. All right, what's up, Minty? Good morning. Hope is all is well. Gonna be lurking as there's a lot going on over here. But I love y'all and hope you're staying cool. Yeah, it's pretty chill here today. I saw Swarovski Crystal come out with a Crystal Shrek and I thought of you. I gotta go tinkle after that. I'll be right back.
And a bad guy hit me in the shin and I peed all in my pants.
Enjoy your shower. All right, y'all, what's up? I should have blew my nose. I heard the I peed my pants alert come in. That's funny. All right, we're back, baby. Good morning, everybody. Let's switch up this album. Let's go to the other Sonic and Chill album. Up, Sleepyhead Cat just woke up. I was being too loud. Come here. What's up, Midna? Hey. She's curious what's going on in the house. All right. I drank a lot of water. Okay. Watch the Mandalorian and Grogu film. Oh yeah, it just came out, right? It just came out or something, yeah? It's my 50th birthday today. We got multiple birthdays coming in. Happy birthdays in the chat to Daisy Cat, and we got a birthday over on YouTube for Princessa. Yo, I'll get some birthday love over on YouTube for you. Thanks for tuning in on your birthday, and I hope you have a wonderful day. For those birthday heads in the chat, what are y'all getting into? What are you gonna do for your birthday? What are y'all about to do? Do do boo 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 boo. Yeah, Coffee Talk Tokyo came out today. Yep, or yesterday, one or the other. I'm petting Midna. I got some pictures to share with y'all. Coffee Talk is a game, and Tokyo is the third version of it. It's like a weird, I like how I call it weird because I'm a jerk. It's a like narrative driven, relaxing game where you play as a barista and you have to play mini games to make people coffee, and then you have to like just listen to people talk to you. It's neat. There you guys go. There she is. That's who I'm petting. What a majestic being. Here's another one. Isn't she so cute? Look at her. Look at her being a little cutie. And then here's one of her being a long cat. Here's one of her being a cutie pie. And here's our future new emote that I shared yesterday for those that missed it. Look how derpy she is. Yeah, what are y'all gonna do for your birthday? What are you doing, Princessa? How are you gonna spend your birthday? What up, Shapeshifter, by the way? I saw you sneak in here. You're going to our favorite park, going for brunch and dinner. Very nice. Albino Black Bear, good to see you. And what about you, Daisy Cat? What are you gonna get into for your birthday? If you're lurking, enjoy your lurk. What up, Probably Maybeck? Good to see you back in here. Toad, good morning, by the way. Septius, good morning. Hey, it's Kiara. Welcome to the show, Chell Dog. Do. All right, let's get a weed here. We like to do a lot of decorating, and I use patterns last. Patterns are just how I clean stuff up. Patterns are just how I fill little gaps. But I prefer using weeds, flowers, sticks, acorns, anything I can before I ever touch a pattern, because I think patterns are overrated. I know that's a ridiculous thing to say, but I think patterns are overrated. I think they're overused, overrated, and I don't think they look as good as people like to think they do. But like, I also understand that patterns are really fun to use and they're really imaginative and they allow you to do some real imaginary based designing and it's fun. So, you know, I'm not trying to be a punk, but I don't like patterns that much. If I had it my way, and I promise you, I'm never going to have it my way, so don't worry about this take too much. But if I had it my way, patterns wouldn't even be in the game. Outside of just putting them on clothing. Putting patterns on the ground, I think, took something special away from Animal Crossing. I'm just going to be the punk. I'm going to say it. I think that Animal Crossing was better off before you could spam the floor with patterns. I think it makes things weird. Boom, boom, boom. I like having the in-game paths. Yeah, the in-game pathing is an amazing tool. Yeah. Thanks for the birthday love. Of course, Daisy Cat. Hope you have a great birthday today. I'd love to hear what you're going to get into and how you're going to celebrate. Just enjoy yourself. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Going out for supper? 90s, 2000s dance? That sounds great. So it's just like a bar that's playing just a bunch of 90s, 2000s tunes. Is everyone dressing up in parachute pants or something? I imagine that's what it's like. Yeah, essentially. Everyone's just parachute pantsed out of their minds. Surely. Parachute pants looking like they need a diaper change. All right, I need more green mums. I didn't really have an identity fashion-wise. I still don't. I don't really care. I'm not the kind of guy that really cares, but most of my life was spent wearing a hoodie and slacks. I wasn't even a jeans guy. I preferred a pair of Dockers. I preferred a pair of slacks. So I walked around like an idiot wearing like essentially dress pants, but like not quite dress pants, the in-between. And just hoodies everywhere. That's how I lived my whole life. They have a dance screen. They have a dance floor and a screen for videos. You can dress up if you want, but not required. I'm just not the kind of person that has an eye for fashion. And I'm not afraid to admit that. So I don't know what looks good. And what I like does not look good. So like when you say this to somebody, they're like, oh, well, then what do you like? You should just wear what you like. It's like, no, but like what I like does like looks like a toddler dressed me. So it's like, it doesn't work. I just don't have a sense of fashion at all. Like I just can't do it, dude. I don't know what I'm doing. New Sonic Crocs. Yeah, it's like I don't have a sense of fashion. You can't just like force somebody to make decisions about their clothing who just has zero sense of fashion. Like that doesn't work. Like I don't know. Bum, 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 bum. There are more important things than fashion. Yeah, like people's opinions of you. That's why you need to care about what you're wearing. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't have a fashion sense either. I just wear whatever feels better for me. Dress and skirt are definitely not comfy for me. Currently hunting shiny Cobalion in Legend ZA. Got Verazian the other day. Gonna get Terrakion and the 2 Latias, and then I'll complete the decks for Pokemon Home rewards, being Shiny Volcanion and Pokeball Magurna. What's Pokeball Magurna? She looks like a Pokeball? Or she's in a Pokeball? Dress has been the play. As I get older, the more dresses appeal to me because no pants. Yeah, I'm just chilling. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't think about it too hard though. That's the truth. I recently, even more so, decided like I'm done caring about what I look like in public. I just don't like. I don't know why I ever cared. Honestly, the only time that I ever will care is when I'm with someone else, because then I kind of feel bad that like they're with a scrub and I'm scrubbing it up and they're like looking nice in public and they're with a scrub. And so I feel like there's some situations where I just have to suck it up and put on some nice clothes. But outside of those situations, I'm done, dude. Work time for me. Yo, see you later. I prioritize comfort over anything new. As long as my ass crack isn't falling out in public, then I'm content. That's where I draw the line. Bum, 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 bum. That's like basically as far as my fashion sense goes. Will my ass crack fall out in public? No. We're good. Let's get out of here. can't be showing that off for free. Yeah, like that's it. Like that's pretty much my fashion nowadays. That's a good rule of thumb. Twitch Thomas. Princess Shannon, I hope you're doing well. Usually struggle to catch a stream because of the time difference. I'm at 2 a.m. NZ time. New Zealand. Are we allowed to call you a Kiwi? Thank you, Princess, for popping in. I hope you feel better soon. And thank you so much for saying that, Princessa, over to Princess. Thank you. Thanks for being kind to one another. Be excellent to one another, chat room. Be kind to one another. Thank you. Thank you for that. I really appreciate y'all on YouTube right now. Bum ba bum 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 ba bum bum. We try in Twitch chat? Heck yeah, dude. This Twitch chat is one of the best out there. Don't you forget that, man. Heck yeah. Bam 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 bam. Drop a weed there. All right. Now, unfortunately, we are going to want for these weeds to grow. So like, but I don't want to time trap. So we have to kind of do the weed stuff very slowly and very gradually. These are all going to grow fully, and then we can put more. But for those that don't know, the way that weeds work in this game is there's a cap. Yeah, you know, we're working it before. There's a cap on weeds in the game. It's called a weed cap.
Stay learn. Be excellent to one another. HDESS.
That's right, dude. Party on, man.
SS mug 2. What an HDES chat.
What a Chad. Yo, what up, Ham Labs? They hate when they hit their weed cap. Yeah, so there's a weed cap in this game. And the way the cap works is that once you hit the cap, weeds can no longer grow. So if you want to have fully grown weeds, or weeds that grow past stage 1 at least, then you need to like pay attention to how many weeds are on your island. So what I do is I plant one at a time so I can get these to fully grow, and then they're going to start spreading naturally. And then I'm going to want to plant more to get those to fully grow. And I have to do this process before I plant all of my weeds, because eventually this island is going to have maybe 300 plus weeds on it. But they'll stop growing after like 200 basically. So I have to plant the ones that I want to be fully grown early on in this process. If I don't do that, then it makes this process miserable, because then I have to go back around, pick up all the weeds, and then re-put them down again. Right now, we're fine. We're pretty early on, but over time, this process can be brutal if you're like me and you want to decorate with weeds, especially because, as I said earlier, I don't do a lot of pattern decorating. So weeds actually become one of the most important decorating items I have for my forest design, because I need something that's going to be able to fill the gaps so that it's not completely barren, because that does unfortunately not look that good to the eye because of what we're used to with all the different islands in this game. We're all so used to these islands being cluttered and filled to the brim that I don't want to have areas that are too empty. I do want to have some texture. And in order to do that, weeds end up being one of the best tools. Same thing with sticks, acorns, that kind of stuff. These are all really great tools to get some texture to your land. All right. Right, Tangy's property will be a little bit more curated, so we don't have to plant as many weeds over here. Tangy's property will be just a bit more curated. I heard weeb cap. There is also a weeb cap. I can only handle so much of that weeb. All right. There is also an enforced weeb cap. Correct. We do enforce the weeb cap. Keep it to a minimum. So you can find the Master Sword here. Yes. So Septius, what you're looking at right here is a functional
hand waving.
Lost Woods representing Breath of the Wild. And there's only one entrance. What makes it functional is that there's only one actual entrance that will take you to the Master Sword, and it's right here. This path is the only path that will actually take you to the Master Sword. Every other path in this forest actually is a false path. So let me show you. Let me just show you what it would look like if you were to attempt to get into my forest without knowing the proper path. Let's say that you go in here and then you start going down this way. These are all dead ends. This is all a dead end. There's nothing you could do down here besides pull your ladder out. Dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end. You go over here, you go up here, you can go around this way. I did add a couple false paths specifically in this area. Oh, look at you, look like you're making progress. Doesn't matter. You will never be able to get to the Master Sword, even from this path. It's right there. You're looking at it. You cannot make it there. So the way I designed this forest was to specifically have a single linear path that you can take to get to the Master Sword. And this is even more so expressed once you leave the forest, because once you leave the forest, you can't even really get back in from some locations unless you take the proper path. It's all going to be dead ends. And then as you go up here, there's a lot less of that, because up here, I didn't need to make it so miserable to navigate because there is no real path up here. So up here, it's a little less miserable, but you still can never get into the center and get to the Master Sword from even up here. And if you're wondering, well, how did you manage to stop people from getting to the center? Bushes are my best friend. Bushes and trees I've put everywhere to where you cannot get down no matter where you are, no matter how hard you try. You cannot use a ladder to get down here. So I used as every technique that I possibly could, all the resources that I possibly could to make this possible. Let me show you the other side as well real quick, because I got to go over there anyways. All right, so you go over here, go down here, and let's say that you're trying to be clever and you're like, well, I'm going to go all the way over here and I'm going to pull up the ladder. So this is still a part of the Lost Woods as well. But again, you're instantly going to realize that there is no way. So even right here, you can see the Master Sword, right? But you cannot get in. So this is like a mega tease. And there's no way down. And then to take this even a step further, I'll show you one more thing. What I did is, and I thought this was cool, so I just want to show it off. I have a hidden tunnel in here. Ooh, I just found some weeds over here. Hold on a second. That I did not plant myself. Well, I like this though. I like what's happening over here. I'm gonna leave it. Ooh. All right, and if I go over here and I take the real path in, I created a tunnel that cuts right through the forest, and I'm making it to where you can't even enter this little tunnel here again unless you enter from the center of the heart of the Lost Woods. So I created this super long winding path that's going to lead to a cave. And I thought it would be really neat because as you go through here, you can't get into this little tunnel. So you can see it and you can walk around it, but you cannot get into it. So I thought this would be a really cool thing to kind of mix into really emphasizing the Lost Woods part of this. And there you have it. That's what we created so far. And here's the Master Sword. And then my house is going to be the Deku Tree. So I'm going to be doing some designs, and then you're going to walk in the house, and my house is going to be the Deku Tree. In the basement, I'm probably going to have where you fight Phantom Ganon. In the main room, it's going to be where you cook food, and it's going to have the little center with the cooking pot. And then the 3 rooms around it are going to be the bed and the 2 shops. And then the room above it, I have 2 choices. It's either going to be the top of the Deku Tree from Breath of the Wild, or it's going to be the secret room that in Tears of the Kingdom that's in between the first floor and the ceiling that you have to ascend to get to. And that might be a really cool little Easter egg to make my upstairs. So that's the Lost Woods project that we're working on here. And yeah, we've been working on this project for a while. We're finally at the decoration phase. It took a while to get here, Euphoria, but we're finally putting down flowers and bushes, and we're decorating. See, everything up until now has been foundation. Now we're finally actually decorating stuff, which feels great, by the way. Feels so good to finally be decorating stuff. All right, let's grab some more flowers. I'm still doing flowers before we put items down. Let's get some more flowers. All right, I need more green mums. I love my green mums in the Lost Woods here.
Still my favorite place to lurk. Thank you for this amazing community.
Can you get into the tunnel somehow? Yeah, the tunnel is only accessible where the Master Sword is. Just from the center, correct. Only from the center, right? Yo, thank you, Sweet D, for 14, and thanks for sticking with us for many more than that. I appreciate the resub. I hope you're doing well. Thank you, dude. Thanks for the love. I hope you're well, dude. All right, yellow mum. Oh, that's a white mum sprout. Yellow mum. We'll take another red or 2. All right, let's go. Yeah, we started this project around 3.0 release, so it's been a couple months. But I knew it was going to take me like the whole year. That's the reason I started the project, because I figured it was about time that we did something pretty monumental. We hadn't done like a big project in a while, and figured it would be nice to have something to work on this year, just in case I wasn't feeling creative. Because Animal Crossing content, you have to be creative. Nice, dude. I found a hole in my defense here. Look, I found a secret entrance. Wow. I'm gonna have to put a bush there. I was gonna put a flower there, but I have to put a bush. We'll put that there. Nintendo needs to acknowledge this. That would be cool. Perhaps you could put a treasure chest at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, something like that. That's what I was thinking. Like some loot or something. Yeah, I'm gonna try to make it a pretty strong Zelda vibe for sure. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of vibes. Yo, Burger's in the house. What up, baby?
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you as well. Happy Friday to you as well. Happy Friday to you as well. He's losing it. Now that more time has gone, do you have a favorite between ACNH and Pokopia? Still ACNH. So the reason is because I have a reason. So I like them both for different reasons. I think they both have different strengths and different weaknesses. But one of Animal Crossing's strengths for me is that it's less, how do you say, pastel. Animal Crossing is like less pastel and like bright. And Animal Crossing is also a little bit more grounded in reality. Just a little bit more. And these two things are always going to be special to me with Animal Crossing. I like being grounded in reality when I'm playing a life simulation game. I like that Animal Crossing is very adjacent to real life. And the colors and the graphics also follow into that trend. And I really appreciate that. That's what Pokopia loses, and it trades off for a more like fluffy and like bright and colorful experience. Pokopia is this bright, colorful, I almost want to use the word cutesy. But that's a little weird because we all know Animal Crossing is cute as hell. Look at it. But the word that comes to mind is that Pokopia is cutesy, whereas this game is less cutesy. And again, I know that's an outrageous thing to say because we're talking about Animal Crossing. But like, Pokopia is a little bit more cutesy, dude. It's a cutesy little game. And this game is less cutesy. It's more realistic. And that is, I think that's important to me. So yeah, I do still prefer Animal Crossing over Pokopia. I like the grounded vibes. I like the adjacent to real life energy. I like having real shops with real schedules. You know, there's one thing that I haven't talked about with Pokopia too much. Pokopia didn't fully commit. They didn't fully commit. You ready? How many times have I said this? No company is willing to commit to the real-time clock, man. And Pokopia failed me again. In the end, Pokopia's clock doesn't matter at all now, does it? Not even a little bit, especially after you unlock Tankmaster. Irrelevant. And why do these companies keep toying with real time? There are night Pokemon. There's 5 night Pokemon, and you can spawn them in shadows. We already figured that out. You can spawn night Pokemon in caves. Again, they did not commit to the real life clock. They dropped the ball. They didn't commit to it, even when they had a chance to commit to it. With the nighttime Pokemon, they didn't commit to it. They just didn't, man. They were afraid. And I don't know why everyone's afraid to commit to the real life clock, dude. But they're active at night and sleep at day, but you can go and interact with them while they're sleeping. Kerbu. It doesn't matter. I can go talk to the Pokemon even if he's asleep. It doesn't matter. That's the thing I'm trying to say. There's no weight to the system. Let me explain the difference. I'm not sure if you play Animal Crossing. But when Tangy's in bed, I cannot go in her house. I cannot talk to her. I cannot interact with her because she's in bed, because it's a real-time clock and it's based off of real life. No company is willing to commit to that level of real time. Right? So while I agree with you that they attempted it. They did their darndest to somehow try to mingle a real life clock into the game. But then they gave up on it by the end of the game. By the time I finished playing the game, night Pokemon were not relevant, and you could easily spawn them in dark, and you could talk to them any time of the day. You don't have to wait longer than 1 hour for any build with Tinkmaster. And the shopping mechanic doesn't really have any, like, you can shop all day 24/7. A different Pokemon just fills the shop. And in that case, it's usually a night Pokemon versus a day, which is cool. But again, there's no weight to the real life clock. And it's just so frustrating because every single time I think that we get a game that's committing to it, they don't do it. They don't commit. And it's just so sad, dude. So I'm not saying that Pokopia isn't good. I'm not saying that Pokopia didn't do some real-time stuff. They did some great stuff. But they didn't commit, man. Nobody wants to commit to it. Nobody wants to commit to it. Reposting my last message. As someone who is visually sensitive, I appreciate Animal Crossing's fixed camera perspective, and I hope they never change it. I love Pokopia, but I can't play for so long because I get motion sickness. Even with the camera settings, AC is more accessible for me in that regard. Interesting. Sonic Frontiers Definitive Edition coming to Switch 2. Oh, nice. I wonder if it's going to be a free upgrade since we already own Frontiers on the Switch. If I want to get my morning or afternoon deals in Tomo Life, I have to play during or before or during work. That's cool. I didn't know that Tomodachi did any kind of real-time stuff. Do you want the in-game clock to be the same as real-time? Yes. Yeah. So here's the different levels of real-time. So you have games where there is a night and day cycle that matches real life. World of Warcraft. In World of Warcraft, when it's night in real life, it's night in your server time, and your server time likely matches your real time. And so then that's it. It's just a night and day cycle. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't do anything. It just exists. Then you have the next level, which is like Pokemon Gold. Pokemon Gold had a day-night cycle, and it was pretty weighty. You could only get certain Pokemon at night. You could only get certain Pokemon during the day. And there was certain days of the week that had events. But there wasn't any hourly functions. It was just on Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays, you could go to the bug catching event. And on Wednesdays and Mondays and Fridays, I think you could go do the SSN, and you could go to Lapper's Cave on Friday nights. But there wasn't any inner mingling of inner hour mingling. It was just day to day or night and morning. All right. So that's number 2. You guys ready? Step 2. Now there's step 3. Step 3 is Animal Crossing. When the whole game is based off of a real-time clock that is generally synced up to your time, but you can time travel, right? So you would have to, Animal Crossing, as you all know, sorry, I got distracted. Animal Crossing is hourly based, which means some villagers wake up at 9, some villagers wake up at 10, some villagers wake up at 11. The shop is open from 9 to 9. The shop closes at a certain time and you can't shop during the night. So if you play at 3 in the morning, 90% of your villagers are asleep. These interactions, having an hour to hour cycles, you see in Animal Crossing, it rains Some hours it doesn't. The weather is also dynamic. This is the real-time clock and mechanics that I'm talking about. Like, there's like essentially a couple different tiers, and I was just giving you all examples of those tiers. Whether or not I was 100% accurate is whatever, but you get what I'm saying. All right, there's a couple different tiers. Gold and silver was just an example of a game that does it halfway. Then there's games that do it basically not at all, but they say it's on a real-time clock, but it doesn't really do anything. It doesn't really matter. Think Disney Dreamlight Valley. It doesn't like really matter, but like it's there. Then you have games like Gold and Silver where it's there, but like, and it's pretty important, but it's not really too emphasized. You're not like limited to go shopping at a certain time. And then you have Animal Crossing, which is like the full all in on the real-time clock. And there hasn't really been any other games that have ever gone all in on the real-time clock. The only close examples that I know of off the top of my personal head is Cozy Grove apparently got pretty close. But I think Cozy Grove also does. I don't know how far Cozy Grove does. I don't know how far they take it. So I also do appreciate what AC is doing with the time. There is where it has a big impact and it feels more real, right? I remember all the hatred for AC&H's limited daily caps from new players. Oh, it was miserable. And like, it was actually all the new players that ruined one of my favorite parts of Animal Crossing New Horizons. So when Animal Crossing New Horizons dropped, you were never guaranteed to see a traveling merchant. The traveling merchants were completely random and you never knew who was going to show up. Sometimes you would go weeks without seeing Crazy Red, weeks without seeing CJ. But after a couple months of the game, everyone was bitching and moaning so hard that they couldn't find Red, and they wouldn't take advantage of all the features in the game that help you get your stuff like multiplayer. Maybe not everyone could do multiplayer. I get it. Either way, people complained so hard, right, that Nintendo changed it. Now, how does the game work? You are guaranteed to see every NPC in a 2-week cycle. No matter what. Every 2 weeks, you will see every NPC at least once. So they changed the whole function of the game. Like, I liked it when it was random. I liked waking up and when Red showed up, it meant something. Holy frick, Red is here. Oh my God. Now it's like, oh, Red's here. Whatever. Oh, Red's here again. Sure. It mattered, dude. Like, they took the weight from the systems, man, and it's just so obnoxious. Like, I personally don't think that it was good. Yo, what up, Mini Phil? Good morning. And welcome in here, and 3D. I saw you sneaking in here. So it's, you know, it's about removing the weight from the systems, man. And yeah, you're right. The modern audience totally complained New Horizons into a less RNG based game. And yeah, which some of it was for good. Like, don't get me wrong. I respect every 2 weeks getting a chance to see Red is pretty fair. It's not like they went crazy with it. So like, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, you know. That and Harv's Island ruined that even more. Well, yeah, right. Like, at that point, Harvey's Island giving Red a permanent shop was fine if it was in the old way, where like Red wasn't showing up often, so earning that shop at Harvey's Island would have felt really good. But because Red was already so common, Harvey's Island didn't really help. But I mean, it helped me finish my museum, so I'm sure it helped some people. I for sure helped. I wouldn't have finished my museum without Red on Harvey. So I would have probably had to take more help from the community. Having him show up once every 2 weeks isn't that big of a change to me, especially when most of the time he still gives fakes. Right, it's not like the biggest deal, but it just goes to show you that the game was intended to, like, they originally released the game with the intention for it to be pretty long-term and RNG, and like the excitement of logging into the game every day is one of the biggest missed things from Animal Crossing New Horizons. So are there any OG Animal Crossing heads in the chat that can relate to this statement? The older Animal Crossing games were more exciting to log into daily. New Horizons gets less and less exciting to log into daily the more you play it. Older Animal Crossing games felt way more exciting to log into every day. There's a reason for that. The excitement of the unknown. We don't have New Horizons dropped all of that. It's just log in, do your dailies, turn the game off. You know exactly what to expect. You know exactly what your villagers are going to say. You don't care about what's in Tom Nook's shop that sells 3 items. 3. Okay. Like, what do you want me to do with 3 items? Like there's no excitement to log into the game. It's not the same. A lot of us OG heads still love logging into the game. We love the game enough to enjoy it. I'm not saying that we don't get excited to play Animal Crossing. I'm saying that excitement that I used to get when I wouldn't know what was going to be around the corner is gone. I used to wake up and load up Animal Crossing excited to see what was going to be happening. And that was happening even 10 years into playing Animal Crossing GameCube. It still does. But that feeling was dried up in New Horizons relatively fast. Right? Like that feeling dried up relatively fast in New Horizons. It was just like, oh, okay, well, like it's cool. I like logging in. I love the game, but I don't like think about it the same way. Used to be so excited when I saw the orange tent in New Leaf. That's what I'm saying. It's more rinse and repeat experience daily versus the realm of the unknown, right? You know, so like that's what it's really about, you know. But I do respect, you know, Fliptoast said, I'm actually happy they didn't commit to the real life clock. I don't like having to play at different times of the day. I don't always have that flexibility. That's actually my biggest criticism of Animal Crossing, to each their own. Right. And a lot of people feel this way, right? And my only thing, I wanted to rebuttal to that a little bit because I do have one thing to say to it, and it's a harsh thing to say. Not every game is for every person, and you're not meant to get everything in every game. This is the problem. In the modern era, gamers expect to be able to collect every item in the game, achieve every event, get every achievement. Animal Crossing wasn't meant to be that way, Flip Toast. You got to understand, when you played Animal Crossing, you knew that you could put a decade into the game and never get all the furniture, and never get all the clothing, and never see all the content, because it was about living life day to day. So when you couldn't log in on Christmas to go and get your Christmas gifts, you missed out on Christmas. And that was just life. It was life. That's life. You don't, oh, well, this year, I guess I'm not getting a couch from Jingle because I couldn't log in because I had real life things stopping me from getting that couch. When real life gets in the way of video games, Animal Crossing teaches you to appreciate that. You say to yourself, dang it, just like real life, I wasn't able to participate in the sports fair today because it happens at 10 in the morning, and unfortunately, I have to work. That is Animal Crossing. That's what it always was based off of. So it's funny to me because there's a lot of people that feel just like Flip Toast feels. But what about me, they say? What about me? What I can't enjoy the game if it's done that way. Then maybe go play something else. And I'm sorry to be the dude to say that to you. And I'm not trying to be rude. Not even close. I have so much understanding to not having the time to game. I'm also that guy now. I used to game 17 hours a day. Now I can only do it on stream. I'm blessed more than others, but I don't have I still am just like you. I don't have the luxury of waking up at 4 a.m. to play a game. I can't do that. So when I needed to hunt the white rabbit from Disney Dreamlight Valley, I never was able to hunt that rabbit because I was never able to get up between midnight and 6 a.m. So I didn't get that rabbit. But the people who were dedicated and the people who said, I don't care what life throws at me, they got up at midnight and they hunted that skinny white rabbit. And that's what gaming was all about. Animal Crossing's about offering you the opportunity to participate in things, but you don't necessarily get to always participate. Real life. Real life. Sometimes you just can't do the thing because you don't have time to do it. So it's like, for me, I always hate, well, not hate, but I always dislike when people share the opinion or have the opinion that of like, well, I prefer I criticize this game for this, or this is the reason I'm happy that they don't do real-time stuff. Because at that point, you're telling me you're happy that every game is made for you. And I find that to be so rude to an extent. I'm not saying you were rude, Fliptoast. I'm saying this is just to Jen. I'm not talking to anybody here, for the record. But I'm just saying in general, I've been navigating Twitch for a long time. I've been in front of a ton of gamers. And I've noticed that that is a selfish ass comment, dude. I'm just gonna say it. Oh, well, I like it when games are catered to me. Well, we all do. But if every game was catered to every person, then we wouldn't get any unique games. Hello? That's not reality. So like, the next time you go to say, yeah, I hate that I can't play video games on a real time because it doesn't fit my lifestyle. Instead of saying that and sharing that opinion, why don't you pause and say to yourself, oh, I guess those games aren't for me. Done. Pause. There's no more needs to be said. That's not in my cards. That's not my card. I guess I'm just not playing those games. There's a lot of games to play. So it's like I just feel like that's such an unfortunate selfish take when it's like, well, I like it when games are made just for me. Well, we all want our games to be just for us, but that's not a reality that we should be hoping for. Nobody should be hoping that we live in a universe where every game is made for every person, because at that point, games suck. Look at all the live service trash and slop out there. At that point, you are asking for the downfall of gaming. Let's just make every single game the same. I want to make sure every player can play every game. No, dude, that's never what it was supposed to be, dude. I'm sorry, man. That's just not how that's supposed to work. In my mind, AC&H is your style game, and for you, and Pokopia is my type of game. I don't want AC&H to change Pokopia. I think that's what's great about both of them, that they're similar in ways but utilize the clock differently. Right. Yo, thank you, Quacka, for supporting on YouTube today. Right, so it's like, as far as like, do I personally wish Pokopia leaned further into the real-time clock stuff? Yes. And is that something that I am sad about because I don't see more games doing that? Yes. But do I criticize Pokopia for not committing? No. Because I respect that Pokopia was trying to do something different. I love Pokopia. It's probably my game of the year right now. Right? Like, I love that game. So, that's the difference. It's like, I don't criticize Pokopia for being what it is. It works for what it is. It's a beautiful game for exactly what it intended to be. And I'm happy that it exists. Right. But I will say that if I, personally, I went into Pokopia when I heard Real Life Clock, I was hoping it was as committed as AC&H. And that they didn't deliver on that, which is totally fine. It's not like a big deal. It doesn't like make me not like the game. I only even mentioned this as a part of discussion today because I had been asked, now that it's been a couple months, what do you think about Pokopia versus ACNH? And I shared that the only one of the couple reasons why I love ACNH more than Pokopia is because of that real-time clock. So actually, this conversation, just to be clear, was sparked out of me just sharing what I like about ACNH more. Not that I want Pokopia to be that way, right? Just to be clear, like I just think that Animal Crossing is a little bit more my speed, right? Because it just a little bit more leans into that real life clock, which I think Pokopia would have maybe even been a worse game if it did. Now that I've played it. Funny, I just had that thought first time. Wow. Funny enough, at this point, I think Pokopia would have been a worse game if it did commit to the real life clock. Yeah, I agree with that take that I just said myself. I think it would have been. I think it would have been a worse game because Pokopia wasn't that vibe, man. Pokopia is such a lighthearted, free game. Could you imagine if they added the stress of having to wake up at 10 a.m. to go shopping with Mewtwo? Like, that just doesn't even sound right, does it? That doesn't even sound right. So despite the fact that I went into Pokopia hoping for a real-time clock, now that I've played the game, I can actually comfortably say that I don't think it would even make sense for Pokopia. So I think that Pokopia is perfect the way it is. I think so. I think Pokopia is perfect the way it is. I don't think that game should have done anything different in that sense. Yeah, waking up at 6 a.m. to get Grimer's Pond. Yeah, I think so. So on that note, funny, yeah, during this discourse, you made me realize that Pokopia, honestly, at this point, really probably didn't need a real-time clock because it's doing a really good job. I didn't mean any ill will towards AC. Of course you didn't. You were just sharing your opinion. Yeah. And I was just sharing mine. I know that I shared a little bit of a hot take there as far as, like, I guess you could argue an aggressive opinion about people having opinions about real-time clocks. But I mostly shared that thought as a way to emphasize that that's not a normal way of thinking. So why do people think that way sometimes? Let me give you a different example, and then maybe you'll see why that take sounded harsh, but it wasn't targeted. Let me give you a different example. Let me just think for a second. So like, I'm trying to think of a good mechanic in a game that is a good correlation to the real-time life mechanic. So, like, for example, the building in Fortnite. Now, some of you might not catch this because you didn't play Fortnite, but building became a really big point of contention in Fortnite because building became super hyperactive, and a lot of people didn't like it because they didn't want to engage with the building. So it felt like you had to engage with the building in order to be good at Fortnite. So it became this real point of contention, and there was a bunch of people who didn't like the building and they thought that it ruined Fortnite, and there was a bunch of people who loved it. But here's the key: Fortnite originated with the building. That's how it started. Eventually they released a mode without it, whatever. But that's the game's original concept was the building. So, see, honestly, I'm going too deep. So screw the building. Let's just say that I hate shiny hunting. And I think shiny hunting is the worst thing about Pokemon games for some stupid reason. Let's just make up a reason. Let's just say that I hate shiny hunting because I hate Pokemon that are different colors. And I think that Pokemon deserve just one color. So I go around voicing my opinion that I hate shiny hunting, and I go around and I criticize Pokemon games, and I make an an active effort. Like when I share my opinion and I criticize Pokemon games for having a mechanic in it that I don't like. That's how I feel when people talk about real-time clocks. Like, I feel like people talk about real-time clocks in games as if every game should be designed for them. And if they can't engage with the real-time clock, then it's not fair. So like, but that doesn't apply to any other game. Like somebody mentioned motion sickness. Just because you get motion sick in a game doesn't mean that no games can ever come out that cause motion sickness ever again. That wouldn't even make sense. You would never even think that thought. You would never even say to yourself, I expected this game to be motion sickness free because I get motion sickness. You would just say to yourself, I guess I can't play this game. So why do we not use that same logic for real-time clocks? You see what I mean? Like, it's as if for some reason real-time clocks get this weird pass of like games shouldn't have that feature because I can't play that. I can't do that. It's like, well, just because Dark Souls is too difficult for you doesn't mean Dark Souls should be easier. You would never ask that. And just because you don't have time to raid in World of Warcraft doesn't mean that raiding should be easier. And just because you don't have time to learn a character and to compete in Smash Brothers Melee with other players doesn't mean that Smash Brothers Melee should be easier to compete in. And just because you aren't good at reading doesn't mean that we shouldn't put words in video games anymore. And just because you're colorblind doesn't mean that we shouldn't make games that have regular colors in it. Although options and accessibility is a wonderful thing. See what I'm saying? And that's kind of what I was trying to get at with that comment. Like, you got to be real careful about the slippery slope of like, I don't like this game's mechanic because it doesn't fit my lifestyle. It's like, dude, you can say that about any game's mechanic. Well, my thumb doesn't really click the A button that well, so games that require me to press buttons stink. Like, what? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you can't, if it doesn't work for you in your lifestyle, then you just move on. I wasn't any good at PvP at all, and I worked really hard to get a hidden quest that unlocked a rare sniper, but then people complained about the quest enough that they just made it locked behind redemption things. Yeah. Maybe it's a situation where the developer doesn't want to give you a reason to put the game down. The Pokemon company's obsessed with the color green. Yeah, what is up with green shiny Pokemon? Yo, thank you Gemini Panda for 41. So anyways, I just wanted to kind of try to express what I meant a little bit better because I felt like maybe I came off harsh and I wasn't trying to come off too rude. So, but I knew there was probably a better way to word what I was saying. And I just really wanted to get that thought out of my head. To be honest, that was more for me than anybody else. Yeah, I just had a thought in my brain that I needed to poop out. A brain dropping. What are your favorite villagers in ACNH? Tangy, Genji, Ribat, Rocco. Just to name a few. You love dude, Dobby is amazing. Dobby. Hey. How you doing there, Dwarf? How you doing? This is my old school dope. Oh, well, actually, we're getting a little bit of Marlowe. A little bit Marlowe, but yeah, this is my old school Dobby voice. We're doing a little Marlowe now, a little too gangster. It's been a while since I've done my Dobby voice, but we used to have Dobby on our island. I love that guy, man. How you doing today? Hey, I'm Dobby. I love Dobie, man. That's a good choice. I feel like I have a third grandpa. It's because in old Pokemon games, there was only one other color code they could use. That makes so much sense, actually. I never thought of that. Thanks for the combos. Yeah, as always. If there's one thing that if we ever have these types of discussions and you are maybe the catalyst for it, I want you all to know that I don't ever go into a conversation thinking I'm right. I'm not. I don't have that kind of confidence. I go into discussions passionately and excited to talk about things that make me happy. But I don't ever go into those types of discussions like, I'm gonna change your mind. No. You need to listen to me. Like, you bring something up and I go, hey, I kind of have a thought about that. I want to share my thought on that subject. But I'm not doing that to like challenge you. I'm not trying to rebuttal you in that sense. I'm not trying to like prove you right or me right or try to change your mind or anything. I'm just sharing my thoughts and I'm just a passionate guy. Just a reminder. Sometimes I feel like I need to throw that reminder out there. If you love the game and more of a completionist type gamer, it can be really upsetting to miss out on stuff. So right, now I didn't mention that because I wanted to prove like a certain point, but I want to be super clear. Over my years of gaming, I've really started growing and understanding what it feels like to experience FOMO and to experience a game that like doesn't let you play it the way you want. So, this is funny because this goes to a conversation of way back in the day, there was this person named Froshi in my chat and they were like, I love time traveling. And I was like, I think time traveling lessens the quality of the game, even if the person doesn't realize that they're doing it to themselves. And this person, Froshi, got like a little upset with me. They were like, I disagree. They were like, you can't tell me how I enjoy games. And time traveling makes everything more fun for me. And I actually like disagreed. And I was like, nah, I think no matter what, time traveling is a negative impact on Animal Crossing. And by the end of that conversation, weeks went by and I realized, one, that it wasn't my place and it's not anybody's place to tell people how to game and what they enjoy. And two, that we should always have the freedom to enjoy video games the way we want. So when a company patches out a glitch, I think that's lame. When a game like Disney doesn't allow you to time travel, I think that's weak. You know what I mean? Like I find that people should be able to play games the way they want. And I have a lot of sympathy for people who unfortunately can't game as much as they would like. And games like Animal Crossing end up going kind of sad for them. I have a lot of sympathy for that. So I agree, Septius. I completely relate to Flippy and anybody who like feels like they can't quite interact with a game the way they want. And that's like that makes the game suck for you, right? It's like, dang it, dude. Like I want to do this thing, but I can't. I wish this game didn't have this feature. That's a real terrible feeling for sure. Like take it from a guy who like, I wish I could sit around and play MMOs in my free time, but I don't have the time. I literally cannot experience any of the content in World of Warcraft because I just don't have the time. I can't do it. I cannot keep up with these kids. I cannot keep up with the modern gamer. I don't have the time. I maybe give WoW an hour a day and I'm over it. And that's nothing. If you know World of Warcraft, an hour a day, you didn't accomplish anything. You might as well as not even log into the game. So it's like, it's brutal. It's a rough feeling. Like I can relate on so many degrees. of like being in the gaming space and just not having the time to game. And it's like, dude, you don't get to experience games the same as you used to. You don't have the luxury of waking up at 4 a.m. to play Animal Crossing. You know, like you said, you don't have the luxury of playing in the afternoon. You have kids, jobs, responsibilities. So I don't want to come off. I don't want to ever come off like that I'm not compassionate towards those people. Just because I have a harsh take on how I think things should be doesn't mean that I don't have a ton of compassion to my fellow gamers who can't enjoy things like a real-time mechanic because they don't have the time. I have a ton of compassion for y'all, dude. Like a ton, man. Like I wish it wasn't that way, and I wish I could do something to help, you know? Like I have so much compassion for people in that situation. As a gamer, it's like, oh, like that sucks, you know? Like, oh. Yeah, I agree, Flip Toast. I'm super happy they never patched out time traveling, because that would have been brutal for sure. Yo, thank you, Tales from the Fandom, for the gifted the pastel Gongju, taking care of our mod squad. It's been 7 years since I entered chat. First entered chat. 7-year follow anniversary. 7 years is so crazy to me. 2019. Yo, what's up, Gemini? Good to see you back in here. And thanks for joining the discussion, YouTube, as well. I saw y'all sliding in here. Yeah, dude, I love talking about games just as much as I like playing games. If you're new out there, sound off in the chat and let me know you're out there. You'll find quickly, if you hang out around these parts, that I like talking about games just as much as I like playing. I really do. Being no wrong way to enjoy a game, right? Like I've learned that, like, yeah, video games are meant to be enjoyed however you want to play them, man. And don't let anybody ever make you feel any differently than that. And that's why it sucks when the companies themselves do it. You know, when like a company themselves are the reason why you can't interact with a game a certain way. Like Disney Dreamlight Valley doesn't let you time travel because they have a bunch of time-gated quests and stuff. So I understand why, and because they have like live service currencies. But that game and Hello Kitty not allowing time traveling is brutal for those audiences for sure. I often feel like a fake gamer because I haven't been able to play a ton of games like other people, and I tend to hyper focus on a few certain games, as well as I don't have the money for every game that comes out. So I feel like a poser. No, I love gaming though, and I have recently gotten into it more. I have in the recent years than when I was a kid. I'm very passionate about the games I do play. Here's my rule of thumb. You're a gamer as long as you have one game that you play. I used to make jokes and say, and it wasn't a mobile game. But I'll spare you the humor today. And I think that even just one game is enough. I feel like talking about games enhances them so much. Yeah, I agree. Might be a hot take, but I think it's perfectly fine for most glitches to be patched out of games. I think there's a double standard of games being glitchy once they've aged a bit. Like if Mario Kart World released today with as many glitches as Mario Kart Wii, Nintendo would have been absolutely ridiculed. But instead, Wii gets praised heavily, and the slightest glitch in World will absolutely get patched out. It gets them beaten up. I actually agree with that take. So I have a very strong duality about that, Charlie, because I think that it's important for developers to kind of control the gamers a little bit, because gamers will ruin their own fun. So I actually am pro companies fixing game-breaking bugs or glitches, because I have learned over years of gaming that gamers are the first people to ruin their own experiences. And if you don't know what I'm saying, I'll give you the perfect example. You ready? You ready? Let's say that an MMORPG or a video game gives you two different options to do the same thing. One option will take you 8 hours, but it's gonna take you, you know, it's gonna be a long time. It's 8 hours, you know, of grinding through the game's dungeons and contents and quests and doing, you know, real gaming stuff. But you could do that same thing in 4 hours. But it has to be the most boring, miserable 4 hours of your life. Mindlessly grinding stuff to the point to where you're numb. And I know before the people who say, but I like grinding, let's just say in this scenario, you hate grinding. The gamer's always going to choose the worst scenario because it's faster. No matter what, 99% of the time, if you give a gamer two options to do something, they will choose the worst, most grueling, most disgusting option over the one that's fun, if it's a little faster and a little more optimal. You have to control the gamers as a developer, because if you leave game-breaking glitches in a game, the gamers will inevitably use those glitches, and then they'll complain later that the game was too easy. Then they'll complain later that the game was only 20 hours. And these are the same people that will complain that there wasn't enough content. Same people who glitched their way through the game, who cheesed and skipped their way through the game, are the same people who will say, oh, but this game sucks. So yeah, I agree, Char. Actually, I've always been of the mindset that like you patching glitches and stuff is actually real healthy. But I've also started realizing that sometimes it does feel like the fun police. And I think there has to be a balance. I think sometimes it does feel like the fun police, and they show up and they remove a dupe, and then you say, well, that should be fine. It should be up to the player to use the duplication glitch or not. It shouldn't be Nintendo policing the duplication glitch and taking it out of the game when it was a fun option for the player. And I agree with that as well. So while I agree that it should just be up to the player to play the game the way they want, I also agree that patching out glitches is necessary. And I think that there has to be a middle ground. And I don't know where the middle ground is, but I think there has to be like a middle ground. Right? It's like, I think, so there is a real interesting conversation to be had here about which one is more important. Your agency as a player to do whatever you want, or the developer making sure that your experience is good. Think about it. Do you think it's more important that the developer just lets you do whatever you want, or that the developer that you just paid $70 for a game from is perfectly artistically curating the experience for you to have the best possible version of? You see, I grew up where games were curated and made for a specific experience. So I like it when developers are hands-on, and I like it when developers care about the player's user experience. So I prefer that from my gamers, from my games. But some people, they don't want that level of control. Some people will tell you that they don't want that at all. They just give me a sandbox basically and just let me do whatever. Right? So there's a couple different schools of thought. And the problem is, and this is like the actual problem from this whole equation, if the developer does one more than the other or too much of one, the game flops. You see, if a developer Like you can't, like the biggest problem with this whole equation is that the developers are damned if they do and they're damned if they don't, Bart Simpson style. It's like they can't, like you can't really, this is not an equation that's solvable. This is like the 3 problem equation, right? Like it's not really solvable because there is no true balance. You are going to struggle to find that balance no matter what, and you're gonna piss people off no matter what. It just, I guess the goal is to piss off the least amount of people as possible. You know, like, I guess that's really the goal, but you can't really do much about it, right? So, and that's what, like, Charlie was kind of touching on. Charlie was touching on the idea that, like, Mario Kart World releases with glitches, it's terrible. But you go back and play an old game and you're praising it for the glitches. You're watching speed runs. So it's interesting. Like, let me give you an example. I always say there's a difference between game-breaking bugs and funny bugs. Don't you guys? You guys remember when Scarlet and Violet came out and people were sharing screenshots of like characters' faces like drifting into the void? And people were criticizing the game for that. You guys remember? Oh, look at this! As if those glitches mattered at all. Now, there were some glitches that were real bad. Stuff that was breaking your game. Stuff that was like Pokemon spawning into walls. Okay, criticize that stuff. But why are we going so far as to criticize something because like you're playing Mario Kart World and Bowser accidentally turns around and he's driving the cart backwards? Who cares? That's funny. That's content. That's hilarious. It's like, who cares? So it's like, sometimes I do agree with Charlie, like these games get heavily ridiculed for the simplest of glitches that don't have any relevancy to the gameplay at all. But these games will be knocked down multiple pegs, slammed into the ground, as if it matters if a game like is visually a little glitchy. Like, who cares, right? Because $80 video game wasn't Q8, rah, 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 right. It's like, so yeah, there is a weird double standard and like, it's all very interesting. Speaking of double standards, if GTA 6 is $100, are you guys gonna buy it? You know, so right now, the industry is really stressed out because they haven't announced a price. So on one side of the industry, listen to this. This is what they're all telling Rockstar. Oh, you have to price the game for higher because if you don't, then it's going to make all other games look terrible. Listen to this. So this is what all these companies are saying. If Rockstar only charges $70 for Grand Theft Auto, then all other $70 games are going to look so bad that that's not fair to us. What about our games that are $70? You're going to make our games look stupid. So there actually is an outcry for Grand Theft Auto to be increased in price by the industry because the industry is so afraid that the game is going to be so good that if it was fairly priced at $70, $80, that would be too cheap and it would set the wrong precedent for the consumers, as if we would all of a sudden not want to ever buy a $70 game ever again because Grand Theft Auto's so good. This is a literal conversation that is happening right now in the industry. Everyone is so afraid of Grand Theft Auto that they're creating ghosts out of thin air. They're creating these ghosts, these worries, these terrible frights that the industry's gonna crumble if they charge $70 for a game. Meanwhile, the real undertone here is, why are you so afraid that your games aren't worth the money that you're charging? Why are you so afraid that you are charging too much for your games? Do you not think there's a real problem there? And dude, this happened to Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight charged $20 for Silksong and the industry flamed it. The industry was like, you need to charge more. What are you doing? What? Hollow Knight Silksong devs laughed. They said, I'll do what I want. $20. It's such a joke, dude. So that's why the conversation, and then the other side of the conversation. You ready? The industry's like, GTA is going to be the first $100 game. And is it going to set a precedence to where now all these other companies are going to price hike following the trend of Grand Theft Auto? This is the other side of the conversation, is that they charge $100 for GTA 6. We all buy it. And then this time next year, we're all paying $80 for games as a minimum price. Because everyone just was so willing to buy Grand Theft Auto 6 at $100 that every other company follows in tow and goes, well, Nintendo did it, Grand Theft Auto did it, every game's $80 now, deal with it. So we have two problems. We have the problem of companies crying for them to increase the price, and then we have the problem that if they do, how it affects us and how all the companies are going to instantly take advantage, and we're all going to be paying $10 more for games by the end of the year, is the prediction of the industry, which I also think is kind of BS. I don't think that other game companies are going to be able to get away with it. I think that the gamers have finally started putting their foot down, and I don't think it's going to happen that easy. I'm going to be real. I think that the gamers are actually becoming such a unified voice, sometimes for worse, but also for better, that if any company tried to charge $80 regularly for a game, the gamers are going to go nuts and they're going to get real pissed off. Dude, this already happened to Xbox and to Outer Worlds 2. I think that GTA 6 could actually get flamed pretty hard if they even tried to charge $100, but they're going to make all their money back. So I don't even agree. I think that GTA 6 isn't going to do anything. My personal take is that I don't even think GTA 6 is going to do anything to the industry at all. That's my take on it. Fun fact, I think everyone's just an idiot when it comes to like news media, like gaming news media. Like I think they're all over exaggerating. Here's my prediction. GTA 6 comes out priced at whatever it wants to price, $70 to $180, whatever. I think it's the dust settles 6 months to a year. Grand Theft Auto 6 is established, it's out, and everything goes right back to normal. That's it. I think after 6 months to a year, it's just everything goes right back to normal. And I don't think anything matters. I don't think the industry is going to be shifted or changed. I don't think anything like that's going to happen. I think people are going nuts. Dang, do I not have any other tulips? Dang, why don't I have any more tulips? That sucks. Yeah, I don't think anything happens. I think the industry's going bazonkers for no reason. Ooh, we'll take another lily. Ooh, we'll take a black lily as well. Now, don't get me wrong, Grand Theft Auto is going to be a big deal, but all right, I have just enough. I did see that this morning, yeah. Pretty exciting. Maybe we're going to get a port of that game soon. I've been predicting a port of that game for a while because it just makes sense, right? Maybe we see a port of it soon. I think Grand Theft Auto is the exception. Yeah, I think so. I think Grand Theft Auto is going to be fine no matter what it charges. Dude, I can't wait for Mina the Hollower. I finally got some good news. Mina the Hollower is coming out May 28th, and I think we're playing it day one. We finally got some good news with all these games getting delayed. Hopefully it's coming out on the Switch too, but I'll buy that game on Steam. I think we're playing Mina the Hollower day one next week. I hope the wait was worth it. Because I've been waiting a long time. All right, here, we're gonna throw on some Animal Crossing lo-fi, and I'm gonna get up real quick and go open some windows, because I think it's about time. My house needs to be yeah, this seems like a good time to do that. Actually, it might not. Okay, it is gonna be, I mean, maybe I don't need to open them at all. I thought it was gonna be 70 today, but it doesn't look like it's gonna get to 70 until like 5 p.m. tonight. Not even. So never mind. I guess my house is fine. I was just worried. My house really traps heat. So I was worried that it might start getting real warm in here. Because like if it's 70 outside and it's even a little bit humid, it's probably like 73 in my house, maybe 75. So I do like to keep it 69, no pun intended, is the obvious best temperature for the house. I'm a part of the problem. I'm buying GTA 6 whatever price it is. See, I don't think that's a problem at all, man. I know you're joking, but don't even treat yourself that way, man. There's no problem with enjoying games and buying games. That should never be a problem. Enjoying and buying games the way you see fit. We have this talk all the time, and we won't get into the politics of it, but there's plenty of examples out there of games that people will cry for you not to purchase for all sorts of reasons. You should never feel bad about buying a game, man. Yeah, get your gaming on, Flip Toast. Doesn't matter what the price is. I'm gonna tell you, I'll be the first person to tell you right now. You know, I almost feel like I shouldn't admit this, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna admit it. You ready? Nintendo could probably wipe their behind and then stick the Zelda label on it, and I would probably still purchase it. If not mostly out of curiosity, then loyalty. So like, I'm right there with you. Like whatever. So in that sense, I too am a part of the problem. But, you know. You know, like in that sense, like I'm right there with you, man. We love what we love. Life is way too short to question buying something you love because of politics around said thing. It's just too short, you know. I think you choose your battles in life, and like you said, Grand Theft Auto is really special to you. I choose my battles. Dude, we're having a conversation. You obviously consciously think about your purchases. If you're here having a conversation with me, you obviously consciously think about the game industry and like what's happening in it. Dude, that's all that matters. If you're at least thinking about it, you're at least considering when you go to the store what you're purchasing. I think that's all you could ever ask of your fellow gamer. Just the consideration. And otherwise, you got to pick your battles in life. You support the things you can, and you try to, you know, support the good things. You try to, you know, hold off on purchasing too much of the weird stuff, you know, and you just do what you got to do, baby. What do you think would be good in between these pumpkins? I don't want to do an orange pumpkin here. What do y'all think? What would be good in between these pumpkins for this scene here? What do you think? What do you think we put in here? What goes between these pumpkins here? A weed, a flower, a little bit of height wouldn't hurt, but it could also be a pattern, like some rocks. Should I put like a rock pattern between them? A bush, a leaf pile. You can make it a hole. That's actually a fun idea, like a dig spot. A dig spot's actually kind of a fun idea. Because that's kind of a pattern in a sense, right? I don't have any junk to bury. Can I bury one of these? I think I can. That's kind of a vibe. That's kind of a vibe, actually. It's not... I kind of like it. I have to remember that image when I 3D print something for you again. Thank you, Flip Toast. Yo, Detective Rage with the 59! Thank you, dude. And thanks for all the love on YouTube today. Nintendo's putting out a brand new game next week. Wait, what game? Oh yeah, I did see that goofy mobile game. That game is super goofy looking for sure. It's so random. It uses your photos off of your phone to basically play WarioWare minigames. And weirdly enough, it's monetized, but like you can play most of it for free, and then there's like levels you can unlock for money. That's how they do all their mobile games though. Nintendo isn't that how Mario Run is? Or is Mario Run like an outright purchase? I don't remember. Yeah, I think Mario Run's like, here's some levels. I'm going on in 4 months. I've had issues with it for a month. Joke that the first days of my vacation are always a nightmare, but not 4 months in advance. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that sucks. You're getting the 4 month heads up nightmare before vacation. A tree stump could also look cool there. You taking time off for the holiday weekend? Probably not. I'll probably be here all weekend. We'll see. I might let myself have tomorrow or Sunday, but that's not the plan right now. Bum 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 bum. What color tulips do you want? Oh, thanks for asking. Anything besides black, and honestly, I need them all, I think. I, for some reason, don't have any tulips. All weekend long with Hylian Descent, only on MTV. What MTV in this context is male pattern baldness TV. Bum, 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 bum. Gonna lurk for a while? Yo, thank you, Golds. Thanks for vibing with us today. We're just yapping, dude. Yeah, don't worry for right now though, Pineapple Flow. If you could keep me in mind, I'll take advantage of that here in a couple days if that's all right. I'm just gonna chill out here for a minute. Most truest video gamer. Signing up now. Elliot, perfect. Basically, a month ago, I made a replica of my booking and my emails for it. Still needed to pay the booking. I called them twice and they assured me that it was fine and to not pay. It would cancel itself. And yes, at the end of April, it finally got canceled. Fast forward to yesterday, and again, I got mails from them about weird stuff to do with my bookings. So I called them and they confirmed again that the duplicate was canceled and the correct one still stands. Ugh, yikes. Sounds like a whole bunch of hubbub. That's what it sounds like. I actually am really happy I did that though, because I got these really cool. I got a Pac-Man out of that. Sometimes creating a little Pac-Man is cool. Got a little Pac-Man out of that. Look at. All right. All right. So instead, what we're gonna do with these pumpkins, I have a different idea of what I want to do. This is actually my original idea, but I backed off of it for some reason. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put it down here. All right. So we're gonna do a 90-degree angle. Then we're actually gonna go here. And we're going to round this edge off. Then we're going to delete this piece. So you get this weird kind of misshaped lip here. But I don't want this to be next to a tree, I just realized. No, you know what? I will. I'll do it right here. All right, so do the round. Then cut it off. So you get this like real interesting, like kind of misshape with the dirt. We'll put the green pumpkin here. We're going to put the white pumpkin here. We'll have a fully grown weed here. Yeah, for some reason I just wasn't feeling that. Oh my, it gets worse, Cinderella. So instead you got an email saying the booking was canceled, and when I checked the app, all of a sudden the correct booking was nowhere to be found, and now I have a booking in my canceled tab. So I just panic called them, and basically they have no idea what happened, but because they're changing things around, it's acting weird, but my original booking is still active. Well, I'm glad that the stress was for no reason, but that still sucks. Actually, we'll keep this here. I hit Twitch's text limit. You're fine. I don't mind. I'm glad you know the limit, because otherwise it just deletes your messages all weird like. Freaking Twitch. Okay. Oh, they actually tell you now. Wow, they used to not tell you, and then people would think I wasn't reading their messages. But in all reality, they weren't even showing up in the chat. And it was dreadful for me as a creator. It was heartbreaking. I did not like that vibe at all. I don't want people thinking I'm just blatantly ignoring them. Like I do miss messages, and every once in a while I might not engage with a message, but I saw it. Oh, I saw it. Worst part about this game is when you accidentally smash your rocks and then you're screwed. I know. Good morning, happy Friday. Good morning, Pessimisaurus. What up, dude? I might rearrange some of these flowers actually, but I think for now, just getting them in the forest and starting to move forward is more important than anything else. Do 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 do. I'm actually gonna put the red and the yellow next to each other. Got to sleep in and it felt so good. Nice. We love sleeping in around here, dude. Nice little blue rose back here. Not I. I woke up at 5:30 to pee, and that was my cat's signal to come and meow. So then I'm dealing with a meowing cat wanting pets at 5 in the morning, which is a little extra early for me, and I don't feed her in the morning, so she doesn't come in there for food. She truly was just there for pets. So then it's even harder to say no. Because it's like, well, you're not here bothering me for food. You just miss me and want some love. Well, obviously I can oblige, you know what I'm saying? Like, I purposely don't feed her in the morning. We do our feeding in the evening so that I don't have to deal with the hunger meows. Does Midna scream me out? Oh yeah, she does a little bit of yowling. She does a little bit of yowling. Just a little bit. She wants to love super early. Well, because I've been sleeping all night, so she wasn't able to get pet. Makes sense. She likes her pets for sure. Her pets being me. I'm just her pet. She knows I'm talking about her right now. Hi. Hi. I hope you're feeling better now, Cinderella. She's the queen of the castle, and I'm just the sorry people. I'm just a sorry person. Sleepy day. Holy heck. I might need a stretch and some gum. Do I have gum left in this house? When you're asleep, she thinks you're dead until you give signs of life. I know. Cats do be checking to see if you're alive. Cats do be checking to see if you're alive for sure. Not me. I'm a snorer most likely, so she probably knows that I'm doing just fine. Thank you again, Detective, for the tier 2. Thanks for sticking with us, homie. Don't tell the rest of the chat, but I was happy that you won the Lego set. All right, here you go. Daily Nickel. Daily Knuckle. We got a female, cute and simple. We got a cute, simple female. Oh, nice. I found some gum. Sick. No cats. No Peppy. No Peppy, no cats. No Geminis. Sorry, Gemini Panda. Sky's not in here, unfortunately. Let's see if Maple's in here. Survey says Maple. We locked normal in. That really thins the pot out here. Oh, Maple's a Gemini. That's unfortunate. Of all the villagers we could have chose, that's my bad. I usually look it up, but I was lazy. So I'll take the one. That's my fault there. Soleil's not an option anymore. Goldie. I didn't know Goldie was a Capricorn. Nice. All right. Well, we know it's yellow, right? Because no, we don't. It's orange or yellow, so we don't got much from that. No dog, but we're getting closer. Coco? I don't think Coco's a Gemini. I could see Coco being a nature type, but maybe not. She's a Pisces. She's an education type. Interesting. All right, so we know it's not green. Green's for sure out. Bettina? We like Bettina? I see Sydney here. I see Sylvana. We honestly still have a ton of choices. If I do make orange guaranteed, I wonder if that blocks out two colors though. That's the problem. I don't know if we can believe this. Because I think the filtering of the colors is weird. Bettina's a Gemini? Dang it. It was Vesta. Nice. Quelf nailed it. Aries, cute, simple, orange, red. So orange was definitely guaranteed. Y'all were right. Fashion, which was like the only option left. So we could have figured that out if I would have zeroed down fashion. That's my bad. I didn't think about it. That was like the only option left, really. Yeah, we should have known it was fashion. That would have helped us a lot. Maybe after nature, we should have put fashion in, and that would have helped. But everything else was pretty good. I think I messed up with this Gemini here, though. All right, time for some economics. We've got a heat wave for 10 days. Yikes. I just had heat for 3. Patched knee pants. Patched knee pants. What do we think patched knee pants cost? What do we think about this one? Hold on, it's too loud in here. I can't think. Hold on, it's too loud in here. I can't think. I can't think, dude. It's too loud. Be quiet, chat. Stop it. All right. Now it's time for Nookonomics. $850, Bob. $480. $1,000. $410. Let's go with our YouTube to start off. $410. This is too cheap, I think. Oh, way up. Way up. Scoot your booch. Double arrow up. $850, Bob. Survey says. Whoa! Whoa! $880. Wow, Cozy Gamer Tally. They were 10 off. Cozy Gamer Tally said $890. Holy heck. That was quite the treat there. No, my mouse is doing that thing again. Stop it. Oh, did Lynn Loves kill it? I didn't see Lynn Loves. 880, did you? I see it. I see it now. Nice. I saw the 890. I didn't see the 880. Night. Lynn Love nailed it. You play enough Animal Crossing, you just have a feel for these types of things. You play enough Animal Crossing and you just kind of feel it out. We want some of these flowers to naturally spread. And then we're gonna have some decorations and stuff in here. And we have to move some villagers up in here as well. We're gonna have a handful of villagers living here. So why don't we actually start that process? Let's move a villager up. Because I'm gonna have one villager in the bottom right corner here. Tangy's in the top right. It doesn't really matter who we move in either. I'm just gonna grab anybody. Let's go do that real quick. What have I missed? I went out for lunch. You didn't miss much. We're just yapping. Very yap heavy. Just yapping about video games. And I was sharing a bunch of opinions that I have about real-time clocks in video games. And most people don't agree with me, so it was some pretty hot takes. When I say don't agree, I think most people prefer their gaming to be a little more cozy. And that is to say, maybe not forcing you to wake up at 3 in the morning to like do something. You know what I mean? So like, I get it. I understand for sure. I think I've given up. As a gamer, there's a couple of things I've given up on because I've realized these are old past whens. These are things that like don't really exist on a popular level anymore. And one of those things is a real-time clock. I'm the one who is not willing to grow up, but I feel like gamers have grown up. Gamers are over it. There's a couple other little things I love in gaming that I feel like is just no longer ever going to be a thing. For example, games with PvP where like the PvP is brutal. Like if you get ganked, they can steal your loot like Rust. There's not really many games that come out anymore with that vibe. People don't like that. People hate that. You gotta go back and play old games for that kind of PvP. Like Tibia. Gotta go back and play old games for that kind of PvP like Tibia. Yo, what up, Epic Mimikyu? Bob Barker's golden rule. Have your pets spayed and neutered. Bob Barker. Wouldn't it be, isn't it awesome? Like, that's what he's known as. Like, imagine being known as the guy who said that at the end of every episode. All right, come here, Tom Nook. Stop looking at guitar magazines, buddy, and get to work. Happy Gilmore is so good. Let's talk about homes. No, we wanted infrastructure. Oops. All right, I want layout changes. An island home. Tullen. All right, let's call Tullen and ask him the illusion of choice if he's okay with me moving his house. Yo, Tullen, you okay if I move your house? I don't mind at all. Just tell me where my stuff's gonna go and I'll start lifting. They had to make him a jock. I guess there's not really any other archetype. He could have been a smug, maybe. Tullen was pretty smug. He could have been a smug. Tullen for sure could have been a smug. He didn't have to be a jock. If Zelda was a villager, what would her personality be? Same thing with Link. What would Link and Zelda's personalities be if they were villagers? Sisterly for Zelda? Normal? Her hobby would be education. I like that. Link would be a jock, you think so? Makes sense, I suppose. That one makes sense. Not sure where else you would put Link. He's definitely not a cranky. No! Well. So then I guess the real question is, the real question then is, what personality would Tingle be? That's the question that's on all of our minds. Sisterly works. She can get sassy. Wind Waker and Skyward Zeldas, she can get very sassy. The sexy personality? Whoa, 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 whoa. What is going on in here? You can't just show up in the chat talking that sexy riff-raff. He's an entire personality all on his own. Yeah, it's called the government watch list personality. Yeah. Yep. He for sure would have his own. Tingle would be Peppy. Tingle would be the only male Peppy villager. Oh, that sucks. Cozy Weeds. Huh? You heard me loud and clear. Tingle deserves to be on a watch list. Also, Cozy's personality, as it turns out. Shut up. Shut up. What up, Mocha? Hey. Boom, 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 boom. Wow, we can have him move up straight next to the cliff like that? Really? That's cool. I kind of like that. Be almost like a more of a side property here. I'm gonna pull it back just a little bit, and then we're doing this. Lego Batman comes out at noon, but I can't install it while I'm live, so they screwed me. I unfortunately cannot install games while I'm live because I only have one hard drive, and installing a game to a hard drive can, like, it causes your computer's CPU to go up, and then my stream will lag for however long it takes to install. Not the download, the install. And it's just not something I like doing, and it sucks. So I kind of got screwed because they decided to release the game in the middle of my shift here, my stream shift. But, you know. How do we know you're not AI? I guess you just don't really know, do you? I make mistakes all the time in my speech. I'm a pretty goofy guy. I guess you just don't. There's really no way to know. I could be AI. True. Well, let me tell you. I guess I'm gonna have to prove my non-AI-ness. And I know the best way to do that. I know the absolute best way to do that. High AI descent. I know the best way to do that, all right? I know the best way to prove my non-AI-ness. You guys ready? 1 second. I got you. Hold on. Here is a photo of me from 1999. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm as real as they come. There you go. There's a picture of me from 1999. That was before the millennia. See if I can even make it even better. Hold on. There you go. So as you can see, I'm real. When you were just a small CPU. And in fact, I'm the same exact human being as I was. As you can tell. Same idiot. I don't know. Nobody in real life is a Browns fan. That's how you know it's real. Because AI would go with the trend. I am not a Browns fan. But you see, because I'm a Browns fan, that means I'm real. I'm the genuine article. I feel like every kid in the 90s had the same football shirt with their local team. You look so carefree. I don't know where to put this tree. Put it right in front of Tolan's house for now. Oh, can't. We'll put it right here, but I might move it. We'll put it right here, but I might move it. That tree might not stay there. We should make a thread in the Discord. We actually have one. Hold on a second. Let me dig it up. Media share, search, childhood. Childhood photo thread. Here, I'll pin it for y'all. Go to the media share. I'll pin it for you. Cozy started one for us a long time ago, and people were keeping up for it for a while, and then I think it fell off. It got buried because that's, media shares like a social media. But yeah, there you go. I pinned it for you. Go back and drop some pictures in it. Add to our, and then you can actually scroll up and you can see all the other posts people had made. And you'll find some old school ones of me in there. Enjoy. What do you want to see in this upcoming direct? Anything? Anything. At this point, Nintendo could show a scrotum on the direct for 20 minutes straight and I would be happy. As long as it's a direct, I'll take anything. They've just been way too quiet. It's pissing me off. I bought a Switch 2 last year, damn it, and you haven't said anything about what you're going to do with it. Why am I waiting? I want to know games. Why did I buy this thing? I could have got away with owning the Switch 1 this whole year except for Pokopia. I technically could have got away with just owning the Switch 1. Donkey Kong Bonanza was great, but it wasn't all like that. Like, that's it. I could have gotten away. I would have been fine. I would have been stuck with Mario Kart 8, and that's about the worst case. Now, Pokopia was worth it. Don't get me wrong. I like Pokopia a lot. Although the bigger screen does help. Yeah, it's nice. The little sword and shield on your back is so cute. Aw, thanks. I love it. Pokopia is worth it. So I'm not sad that I bought a Switch 2. I'm just trying to make a point that there's only been like 1 or 2 drops that have really, really got me. Like I could have did without Hyrule Warriors. I could have, unfortunately, did without Kirby Air Riders. Mario Kart World, I could have did without. Like I love Worlds, but I didn't need it in my life, and I didn't need Donkey Kong Bonanza in my life. So it's not to say that all these games were bad. In fact, it's the opposite. They're great. I'm just saying that I didn't need any of those games in my life except for Pokopia. Pokopia was the only game that I stood up and said, I need this right now. So for a guy who, it's been a literal year, I purchased the Switch 2, and there's been a single game that is released on it that has made me go, yes. That's kind of sad, isn't it? Like, I don't know if that's just me. Like, again, it's just my opinion. I'm not saying the games are bad. I'm not saying that we haven't gotten games. Kirby, Donkey Kong, Kirby DLC, Hyrule Warriors, Metroid Prime Beyond. Listen, the games have been pumping out. I'm just saying that none of the games have really been bangers for me personally. They haven't like made me want to strip my clothes off and run around the streets of Ohio screaming at the top of my lungs, all right? And the only one has been Pokopia. Not that the Ohioans are mad, because they certainly didn't want to see that, but I'm just saying, like, it's been pretty light. It's been pretty light. Now, I will say Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 edition was pretty nice. But I agree with you, Toad, I didn't need them, right? Please no. And I'll count ZA. Yeah, ZA was fun too. So yeah, I don't know, man. As far as what do I want from the Direct? All right, so let me actually answer the question, and I'd love to hear what you all want. If you could make a wish list of 1 to 3 games announced, not released, announced for the Switch 2 in the next Direct, what would it be? For me, I want more GameCube games. So that counts as one of my games. I want more GameCube games and a lot faster. When's the last time we got a fucking GameCube game? When did we get a GameCube game? What was it for Pokemon? What, 18,000 months ago? Where are the GameCube games? I bought a controller. I'm freaking out. I want more GameCube games. I want Zelda. I want something Zelda. Animal Crossing. It's time. It's time. Announce Animal Crossing. Let's go. Give us something to chew on. Show it off. Give us anything. Give us a title drop. Give us a title. I'm literally just asking for a title drop. Animal Crossing blank. Give us some hope. Give us some hope. Give us something. Something. Like, I think Animal Crossing, a simple title drop. I don't even care if the game's not coming out for a decade. Sorry to wish that ill will on all of you. But I'm just trying to make a point that anything is better than nothing. At this point, they are really pushing it. Give us something, dude. Can we get a word? Can we get a rumor that isn't Nate the hates lame? Like, can we get a real, like a rumor that isn't from some dude on the internet on 4chan? Like, please? I'm not asking for much, all right? Like, Survival Kids in Split Fiction. Praying. Yeah, H-Des blesses in the chat. So yeah, I want Zelda, Animal Crossing, GameCube games, 3D Mario. I'm excited for the new Fire Emblem. I'm kind of excited to check out Splatoon Raiders. I want a new Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I want a port of a 2D Zelda. I want a remaster of a 2D Zelda. I want a remaster of a 3D Zelda. I want ports of 3D Zeldas. And of course, I want a brand new 2D Zelda, and I want a brand new 3D Zelda. All of the above. I'd love a new Pokemon Snap DLC, or just a new game in general. It's been long enough, been a couple years. I'd love a new Kirby. How long has it been since we got Kirby and the Forgotten Land? 4 years? New Kirby game would be cool too. That's all Nintendo stuff, but I have a lot of other things I want outside of Nintendo as well, but I'll keep it to Nintendo. If it looks like I'm just running around in circles, I'm not, I promise. I'm actually decorating. I'm just trying to see what I'm working with and where I want to go next. We have to be real precise about where we put our weeds and flowers here. We moved Tullen's house. I think I'm comfortable adding a couple decorations, but I really want to wait for flowers to spread. So let's pause and actually water our flowers, which is going to require a lot more than just this flimsy pail here. So let me go grab some watering cans and see what we can make happen here. Yeah, a port of New Leaf would be great. Animal Crossing. I seriously think Animal Crossing GameCube's getting remade. Listen, y'all. I had a dream. Like, I'm not quoting the legend. I'm saying I had a dream. And in this dream, I was playing a game. This is real. This is a serious conversation. And in this dream, I was playing Animal Crossing GameCube, remade from the ground up. Basically, it looked like a cross between New Horizons and GameCube. They kept the chibi, but everything was pretty realistic and very pretty like New Horizons. And I was getting off the train and I met with Tom Nook. I feel like this would actually make sense. I feel like going back to your roots with Animal Crossing while you wait for the new game makes sense, dude. I'm just saying, it makes sense. It does make sense to me. Like, go back, resurrect the old game, the last game people are expecting. That makes it more hype, more exciting. Everyone just played New Leaf 10 years ago. We're all playing New Horizons, but there's a lot of people here who have never touched the original Animal Crossing games. So you go back to the original on GameCube. You clean it up, you resurrect it. You give it a brand new game. I'm talking a brand new game from the ground up. New game, completely new experience based off of the original game from GameCube. I'm not talking a remaster. I'm not talking a remake in that sound. I'm not talking a port. I'm talking a remake. Like, we wouldn't even be playing the same game, but it would all be inspired and it would be a reimagining of what would Animal Crossing be like if it was released with modern technology, because that's essentially what a remake really is, right? I think that would be insane. I think that would be so smart. I think it would be the answer, dude. It wouldn't be too much of a hard work project. It wouldn't cost too much money. They could still keep working on a new AC while they did it. it would be more hype, in my opinion, than just re-releasing New Leaf, because New Leaf is still pretty current. And I just can't imagine that people are going to be as excited about New Leaf versus a game that feels brand new. Understand, most people started on New Leaf, and then New Horizons even more. So New Leaf is not going to feel new to like half of the Animal Crossing audience. We're going to be happy, it's going to be great, but it's not going to feel new. Animal Crossing GameCube would feel like a brand new game to 80% of people who play Animal Crossing right now. Probably more, probably 90. So it feels like the right answer in my heart. It feels so right. And then I had this stupid dream. And I woke up from the dream feeling eerily like good about it. I felt so sure of myself. I swear, I was like, this is what's gonna happen. I have no reason to feel this way whatsoever. That's just how I feel. What did I come in here for? I want them all on the Switch. Watering cans. I think I have a gold one laying around. Nope, but we got another flimser. That'll do.
And a bad guy hit me in the shin and I peed all in my pants.
Yoda makes that clip. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3-day weekend. So what are you guys celebrating in Europe? Our buddy Freddie this morning asked about the holiday here in America. What are y'all celebrating in Europe? Or observing? Oh, do you just have an extra day off? Did I assume? Yeah, what up, Goodbye? We all do, it's just for no reason. Listen, I know the grass isn't always greener on the other side, but the more time goes by, the more I want to live in Europe. I know, like, it's an ignorant thing to say. Don't come at me too hard. I'm just saying, man. Sometimes I'm like, what the, dude, what's up with that, man? Why are they so what? Like, what the heck, dude? Like, anyways. Got my Yoshi game today. Dude, nice. I was playing it yesterday. Did you get a chance to pop in? It's real fun, dude. And once you beat the credits, there's some more content, but I'll leave the spoilers out for you. So don't feel bad once you roll credits. There's more game to be played. And like a good amount. Yeah, we finished Yoshi. We finished Yoshi's in 8.5 hours of stream. And after we beat the game, they revealed 4 more levels. So to do the math, that's over 50, that's over 100%, like, no, it'd be 50%, because there's only 6 levels in the game to begin with. So they add another 4 on top of that. So, oh dude, you're gonna have fun 100%ing. I think the game is the perfect collectathon 100% vibe, if that's your thing. Yeah, you're like, the whole game is like you're doing these like discoveries and stuff. And there seems like there's tons of discoveries for each of the characters. And then there's hints you can get. So even if you do start to struggle with the 100%, you don't even have to go to the internet, because you can purchase hints with your coins to help you discover things. So they thought of everything. It's the perfect game that's encapsulated within itself. I love that in a game. I love when a game provides features that don't require me to look up stuff on the internet. Anybody else really appreciate that? Like, I don't mind using the internet. I understand we all have a phone in our pocket, but I really appreciate it when a game provides all the information in the game. Indexes, codexes, monster libraries. Give me all the information in the game. I want to know it all without having to Google something. I really appreciate that when games do that. Yeah, I also get frustrated. Yeah, I don't want to sit there and Google, especially with the state of Google. Did y'all hear about Google, the nightmare that's coming for Google search engine soon? Let's not even talk about it. Never mind. Let's just move on. Either way, if I can avoid Googling things nowadays, I will. I'll go read an almanac before I Google. At this point, catch me in a library reading an almanacs before I Google something. That's how pissed off. Catch me at the library buying encyclopedias because I'm over it, dude. I'm over it, man. Catch me in the library opening up encyclopedias. I'm done, dude. I'm done, dude. I work as an SEO. Yeah, but it does take out that's what it's about. For me, it's about the immersive factor. Jokes aside, Gamer Kitty, it's mostly about my immersion. And I care about my immersion, dude. Yeah. Squad Mert. Bubsy 4D released today. Maybe I was sleeping on Bubsy. Maybe Bubsy's the game I was sleeping on. I felt like I was sleeping on something. And maybe Bubsy was it. Maybe Bubsy was the game I was sleeping on. Dang, Barb's playing it. Yeah, maybe I should have played Bubsy today. You know, I forgot about it, and it was brought up to me like last week, and I just wasn't really thinking about it. But maybe Bubsy was the game I slept on. This is it right here. This is it's a old school platformer that they remade, or is this a new entry? Does anybody know? Is this a new entry, or is this a remake of an old entry? Either way, Bubsy's been around for a real long time, I think. So this is a new entry. Looks like a pretty fun 3D platformer, dude. I like the graphics. Some cool jump effects. Made by the same people that made Demon Turf? No, I don't know that. Mario Odyssey is objectively the greatest game on Switch after Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. I don't even think that's a hot take or anything. I think that's pretty contained take there. Let's see, is there any game that I think... What do I think the best game on the Switch is? Funny because I can't necessarily go off of hours for this. Right? I can't actually go off of hours for this, right? Because not every game I played for a long time is the best. I think Kirby and the Forgotten Land is on the list, but it's not on the top. I think it's in the top 5, maybe. I think Forgotten Land is really good. Three Houses is really good as well. hard to say if it's in the top 5 though, but it's up there. I think Link's Awakening Remaster deserves to be in the top list, but since it's a remake, it's hard to say, right? I think Legends Arceus is in my top list. Fantasy Life's not an exclusive, so it's kind of hard to put that in the list as well. I think that my top 5 in no order would be like the Zeldas, Pokemon Snap, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, I don't know what else I would put in there. Pokopia, if but that's Switch 2. We're probably not talking Switch 2 right now. And even if we are, Pokopia still struggles to clear some of the greats. What an interesting comment. You know, Odyssey isn't really in my top because I only played so much Odyssey. So I think that I don't really have a good take on Odyssey. I played it, I beat it, I put it down, and I never really played it again until last year. And even then, we didn't get the chance to really play it. So yeah, that's an interesting. Odyssey really is that good. Random question. I have 16 of 17 for the misc on the island game. Will I ever get 17 or 17? Sure, you will. It's probably gold. Have you ever gotten a gold nugget? It's probably gold, if I had to guess, Duel. Yeah, that's it. It's only a 1% chance, and it's from your money rock, your daily rock. So just keep doing your daily rock and you'll get it. Yeah, it's actually, that's the same exact percent chance that it is for ACNH. 1%. 1% chance to get gold in ACNH. I just thought maybe I'm screwed. No, you just got bad luck. Yeah, I mean, 1%, think about it. You could live your whole life without ever getting that gold. No, I'm not going to wish that sickness on you. I'm sorry. So, but yeah, you could go your whole life. I'll probably add a way to get a gold nugget from a balloon, maybe. Oh, actually, I already did. There's a 1% chance to get a gold nugget from a balloon. So you have a chance with balloons as well. Yeah, I think you can get a gold nugget from a balloon instead of 10k bells. I think I set that up. Luigi's Mansion 3 deserves to be mentioned in the top games on the Switch one. So does Smash Ultimate. So does Smash Ultimate and Luigi's Mansion 3 deserve to be in this conversation. I agree with both. I need to play more Odyssey for sure. I know there's so much more game for me to play. Frick. Oh, I need to go make some more watering cans. That's what I was doing. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, The Weeknd, have you got, or are you getting Subnautica 2? I'm waiting. I'm waiting on Subnautica 2 until full release. I've decided to put my foot down on it. I'm not going to be able to put my foot down on all early access titles. It's impossible as a streamer. That's impossible. No. Sorry, I've been in Star Wars brain. But I will be skipping some games if I can. Yeah, Satyr, this is a part of the 3.0 update from January 15th this year. To the hotel. Yeah, I've been playing Ultimate with my buddies. It's fun. So yeah, I'm gonna skip Subnautica 2. It's hard too. I'm gonna be honest, it's real hard to skip Subnautica 2. I was this close to cracking. But I decided to just play Subnautica 1 to scratch the itch and to hold out, to hold fast. I was so close to just doing it because I really wanted to play. I was watching some people play it and it was, oh. But Subnautica 1 has been fun to play. Did I just notice, or did you not name Animal Crossing New Horizons as your top Switch 1 game? Yeah, it's not. It's my most played Switch 1 game. But if I didn't stream, I probably wouldn't have played it as much for a couple reasons, because I still rotate the old ACs. Because I'm not only playing new AC, if I didn't stream, I probably wouldn't have put as nearly the amount of hours I put in this game. Also, so my relationship with Animal Crossing is weird. So as Joshua, as a gamer, Animal Crossing was always a seasonal game. Anybody else? I would play the game for a couple months out of the year, and then I usually played other stuff. I was never an all-year ACer. This is actually my track record my whole life. Anybody else feel this way? I was never an all-year ACer. I always played in chunks, and usually I played around fall because it made me go back to school, and Animal Crossing and school was really special to me at the same time. So I always felt the urge to play Animal Crossing in September, usually until February. That was my main Animal Crossing period. September to February, August to February. And then I would quit and I would go do other games and I would leave the house and touch grass. I was a pretty active guy even growing up. So Animal Crossing was always my winter and fall game. I was never like a big sit around and play AC every day all year round. Now I would load up sometimes in the summer and spring, but that I wasn't playing every day. I'm talking about when you play every day. Right? Like I didn't play every day all year round. I didn't play once every couple weeks all year round. I usually took massive month breaks. Almost always, at least 4 to 6 months break at a time. Now let's highly in descent. Well, as a streamer, I ended up turning Animal Crossing into like my show, as you all know. So for the first time in my life, I actually treated Animal Crossing with an everyday game, like an all year, all around game that's always on my mind, that I'm playing all the time. But my passion for Animal Crossing, while it's strong and while I love Animal Crossing, it never superseded my love for Zelda. It never superseded my love for Mega Man. It never superseded my love for a lot of stuff that I grew up on. Animal Crossing was always a part of all of that, but it was never like my top game. That was actually streaming that turned Animal Crossing into my top game, yeah. So there's some lore for y'all. Like, Animal Crossing became like my most played game because of streaming mainly. But this is not a bad thing, because the fun part about the conversation is that streaming kind of further awakened my love for Animal Crossing that I was already tapping into. Because before I started streaming, I was creating content on like Tumblr for AC and stuff like that. So I've always had a strong love for Animal Crossing, but it just never held my attention outside of maybe 6 months of the year. And then streaming came. And once I started streaming, it became something that was holding my attention because I was sharing it with all of you and every day. And I was here every day, doing AC and loving it. So I've always said that I'm blessed because I love the game that I built my channel on. And I'm obsessed with the game I built my channel on. But that obsession started to accrue with streaming, not before streaming, at least the level that it's at now. I think I could say that I've always been obsessed with Animal Crossing, but not on the level that I am now. So yeah, fun fact. So if I really had to sit down and list off my top games for my top Switch 1 games, New Horizons would be in my top 10, but it's not going to be in my top 5 because I kind of cherish my one-off experiences more than the game I play every day. It's like, it's not that I don't cherish Animal Crossing. And again, you know, it's in my top 10. It's probably number 6. But I really cherish those one-off experiences that were rich and that they were pointed and that I have memories with. Whereas like my Animal Crossing experiences are all blurred and stretched across 5 years with this game. 6 years. And while there's been a bunch of peaks and maybe a few valleys, it's all blur. It's all just blah. I just love Animal Crossing. I don't have like a ton of real strong periods and moments and memories created with this game that like stick with me the way that like beating Breath of the Wild for the first time did, or like beating Tears of the Kingdom for the first time did. Like, you know, when you play a game that actually has an ending and a credits roll, that it sticks with you for the rest of your life. Animal Crossing's the kind of game that kind of just gets lost in the sauce because you play it every single day. And now, fun fact though, one of my strongest memories of Animal Crossing New Horizons was getting credits on Happy Home Paradise. Boy, was that a rich moment. So I still have those moments. I still have plenty of wonderful memories with this game. But those memories are different. It's the way that Animal Crossing impacts my brain is different than how other video games impact my brain. This is why you always hear me make jokes that Animal Crossing isn't a real video game. Because like in my heart and in my mind, it's kind of not. Animal Crossing for me has always been like a weird escape from life and like a weird second parallel life or something. Like it's, yeah, that's why the way I play Animal Crossing is so unique because it was never a decoration game and it was never like the kind of game that tickled the same parts of my brain that something like Zelda does. It was never any of that for me. It was always this little side game that I loaded up and I played for an hour and I turned off. So until I started streaming, it was never the kind of game that I would sit down and grind and like I cared too much about. Like the way I care about AC is the way I care about my cat, not the way I care about like Zelda. Like it's a different vibe completely. Like it's hard to explain outside of what I just said, you know? So interestingly enough, I don't necessarily put New Horizons into my like top list of games I've played in my life, but it's also one of my favorite games of all time and one of the games I've played the most. So it's a pretty weird relationship now that I say it out loud. AC GameCube for a daily game forever versus, let's say, Wind Waker for nostalgia. If you had to pick one as the ultimate game, which one would you pick? Which one matters most to you? A game you can play so you're asking what matters more to you? A game you can play every day or a game that you play once but is like the best thing ever? I'll take the game that I play once. All day. Yo, balloon in the Twitch chat. All day. Because, yeah, I take the game that I play once. Like if when it comes to value that I put on games, I don't put the amount of time I put into a game as high of a value point as the experience I got from the game while playing it. So while my experience for Animal Crossing GameCube is, let's say, a 9.5 out of a 10. Zelda is a 10. they're close, but I'm always gonna raise Zelda higher because I do cherish experience over playability. I don't care how many hours I can put into a game as long as the game is memorable, fun, and something that sticks with me, something that I love. I don't need a game to be 1,000 hours. You see, I used to be different. I've answered that question differently in the past, where I was always about the amount of hours I got out of a game. I don't value that as much as I used to. So Wind Waker's your favorite game? Well, no. I don't know what my favorite game of all time is. It's a combination between probably Tears of the Kingdom, Wind Waker, and A Link to the Past. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's one of those three. But all those three games have one thing in common, besides for being Zelda. They're technically one-off experiences that you could play that have a start, a middle, and end with credits. And when you wrap it up, you can put it down and you can walk away and you can never play it again and you can be satisfied. I like that in a video game. I don't necessarily like playing games that don't have that vibe. Animal Crossing has always been an exception, not a rule. Animal Crossing has always been an exception to my gaming diet, not the rule. And that's the key here, right? Like, I love AC because it's one of the only games I play like this. I don't play many forever games. I never had. Harvest Moon was the only exception as well. Harvest Moon, Animal Crossing. Otherwise, every game I played, I wanted to end so I could move on and do other things. You see, I've been on a quest since I was a kid to experience a lot of games. I wanted to try tons of different stuff. So I don't like playing one game for a bajillion years. I used to feel like that was necessary because I had a way stricter gaming budget. So back in the day, getting 1,000 hours out of Skyrim meant the world to me. And I valued Skyrim over games that would only give me 20 hours. But as I've gotten older, I have shifted. Now I value experience over hours. One, because I have a better budget for games, so I can afford to buy a game for $60 and play it for 20 hours and be done. Two, because I don't have the same time I used to. You see, as a kid, it didn't feel bad, even in my 20s, it didn't feel bad sinking 1,000 hours into one game because I could just go play for 1,000 more in another game. But nowadays, I do have to be a little bit more picky about where I spend my time because I have more hobbies and I have more things in life I enjoy. So I can't put 1,000 hours into every game because I want to go listen to music and I want to go and craft and I want to go on walks and I want to hike. See, I didn't do any of that. Mostly as a kid, it was just games. But now that I'm evolving as a person and I'm trying new things out in life, I realize that I don't put the same value on games that I can play for thousands of hours. I still do appreciate it, but I don't put the same value on that. I'm okay with a game being short, sweet, and being finished and wrapping up and allowing me to try other things and experience other things. Now, I think there's one thing that you were hinting towards that I didn't answer. You were essentially asking me the island game question. That's what it seemed like you were asking. What up, Exhaustion, and welcome in, Daydream. You were essentially saying, in some ways, you were asking, if you could only play one game for the rest of your life, would you play a game like Wind Waker, or would you play a game that never ends like Animal Crossing? Right? Like, that seems like you were also asking that kind of question. And it would make more sense for your forever game to be a game that never ends. So I've answered that question in the past with Animal Crossing. I've also answered that question in the past with Melee. Games that I could technically play forever because I'll never get sick of the plot. I'll never get sick of the story. So I do think that there is value in those types of experiences when it comes to the island game question. Because if I did live on an island and I only had one game to play for the rest of my life, playing a game that can be enjoyed 1 hour at a time would be a smart decision to make for an island. Whereas, like, I imagine at some point you're gonna log into Zelda on that island and you're gonna be like, meh. Just Amy, please. What's up, Amy? How you doing? Good to see you today. Are you able to rank which one matters which reason matters the most? A Link to the Past, Wind Waker, and Tears of the Kingdom are your favorite for different reasons. Are you able to rank them? No, I can't. Not without way too much conversation, and this conversation's already boring. So, how's everyone doing, by the way? Welcome to the show, dude. Hope everyone's feeling all right. Hope everyone's feeling good this afternoon. Happy freaking Friday. I'd love to hear from you if I haven't already. Jump in the chat and let me know how you're feeling. Yeah, I'm good. I'm not gonna go into the nuance. I like all the games equally. That's why they're all my favorite game. They all scratch the classic Zelda itch. They all do things differently but the same. Wind Waker is the same game as Tears of the Kingdom. One has an ocean and one doesn't. A Link to the Past is the same game as Tears of the Kingdom. One's above top camera, one's down, one's 3D. So in all reality, I like all those three games are for the same reason. You actually had it the wrong way. I don't have three favorite games because they're all different. I have three favorite games because they're all the same, and I can't choose which one I like more than the other. So just to be clear, you actually had that in the reverse. You were thinking that I chose three games because they all tickled my brain differently and it was hard to choose. That's not actually the case. The reason that those three games are my favorite is because they all do similar things for me, and I can't choose which one I like more. So that actually kind of answers your question pretty short. Yeah, like the truth is I don't necessarily like those three. Like, if those games were different enough, I could choose one. That's a better way to word it. If those games provided me different experiences enough, then I would be able to choose one. But that's why I always answer with three, because it's like, man, they all kind of make me feel the same way in a slightly different approach. And it's like, they all make me so happy. You know, like it's hard to say. And like, if I do weigh the pros and cons, they even out. You could argue, oh, well, Link to the Past is old. Okay, well, Tears of the Kingdom is new, and both have faults. Right? So like, even if I were to sit here and weigh the pros and cons, in my heart, they just even anyways. Because like, while one game is older and has issues, the other game is newer and has issues. And while one game had too little dungeons, one actually has too many dungeons. And while one is maybe too difficult, the other is too easy. And so like, I think it's all actually kind of evens out in the end. I think that's why I struggle so much choosing which one of those three are my favorites. So good question, actually. I'm leaning towards Pocopia as my forever game, which is crazy. You should see how Cadence of Hyrule compares. I've played Cadence of Hyrule. Yeah. I even started speedrunning it in my free time a little bit. I love that game. So then whatever that reason is the kind of reason that you likely base your all-time favorite game on. I base my all-time favorite game on... So if your question is just, what game... So really, you were just asking the question in a roundabout way. What you really wanted to know was, what makes a game good for you, Hylian, and what does a game require to become your favorite game of all time? That's what you were asking. You were asking, that's what you were trying to get at. See, I didn't realize that until just now. You were asking, what does it take for a game to have in order for you to say this is my best game? You see, it goes further than just Zelda. funny enough, Zelda's just the game that has done it the best in my life. And then you include nostalgia, and then you have my love for Zelda. But if you look at Zelda's formula and you break it down, what does Zelda do? Well, first off, freedom and doesn't hold my hand, not looking at you, Skyward Sword. Let me learn the game for myself and tinker. That is absolutely a requirement for a game to be my favorite game. If you hold my hand out of the first 5 minutes of the game at all, you shunned up, get out of my face. Second, exploration. I want games, my favorite games of all time are games that allow me to explore the map with no restrictions or minimal restrictions. I want a game that I can climb the tallest mountain at the beginning of the game, and then a monster up there smacks me in the mouth and kills me because I wasn't supposed to be up there yet. I want the Morrowinds. I want the games that don't cater to you and make you feel like it's easier because you went into the direction. Like I want New Vegas when you go to the left instead of the right and you run into a swarm of those bugs that kill you in one shot. I want Morrowind when you go to the left instead of the right and you go to a cave that has a ghost that one taps you. I want Zelda A Link to the Past where you go into the mountains and you're fighting freaking Lionels and you only have 3 hearts. That is like things that I want out of game. I want exploration. I want freedom to make decisions. However, I don't want copy paste slop. I don't want pre-generated slop. I want curated maps. I want dungeons where the developer is challenging the player as if we were playing chess. And I need to figure out how you want me to think. So my third thing is puzzles. I want exploration. I want to be using my brain and thinking and in a way like, and it's not about puzzles. So that's actually kind of not fair because I love games that don't have puzzles. But what I want is I want the developer to be thinking about me the whole time. And I want the developer to be considering the battle between the player and the developer, the battle between the pitcher and the batter. This battle is iconic, and it is, you see it in all of gaming. Look at Elden Ring. Elden Ring basically puts a gun to your head and says, pull the trigger. It expects you to understand what the developer wants from you. It expects you to pick the game up and to learn and shape yourself around the experience that is being put in front of you. The game doesn't shape and break itself for you. You have to break and shape yourself for it. You see, that to me is a phenomenal game. That I want games that really speak to me as a gamer, that actually step up and in some way, shape, or form challenge me. Whether it's combat, whether it's puzzles, whether it's a navigation, whether it's like Subnautica and discovering the mystery of the ocean and fighting my fear to go into the depths. You don't think that the developer of Subnautica knows how scared you are when you're going into the depths? Your average person, right? Subnautica speaks to primal fears in our hearts, primal fears in our brains, the fear of the darkness, of the ocean, of the unknown. You see, that's a good, challenging experience. This is important to me. So when I break down what makes a game my favorite game, exploration, freedom of choice, but curated freedom. The kind of freedom that allows me to use my brain to figure stuff out and maybe even find a solution that wasn't ideal, but still manages to keep me reined in to where there is a wrong answer. You see, I want video games that have a wrong answer. I like that. I like when sometimes something just doesn't work. There's a wrong answer here. Because then I break the game and I break the wrong answer and I make it the right answer. That's how I game. I want to break the system. I want you to create a system for me to break. I love that in video games. And again, that's the same idea of the battle between the developer and the gamer. That is so important and integral to the experience of a game to me. And it's so hard to put this into words because there's so many games that do it differently, right? Like some games will challenge you as a developer to respect the clock in Animal Crossing. Right? Animal Crossing, the developers challenge you not to time travel. They challenge you to build a house and wait a day for it to raise up. I heed that challenge. I step up to that challenge. And I look at those developers in the eye across the chessboard and I say, checkmate, I'll do that. You see, there's different ways for developers to challenge you. It's not just about combat. I'm trying to make that clear. There's so many different ways to be challenged. So it's not just about fighting and swords and magic. It's also about something as simple as challenging you not to time travel and to play a game at the pace that was intended. Animal Crossing, right? That is a challenge from the developer. Whether or not you heed that challenge is your personal agenda. But I like that. I think that that's interesting to me. Right? So these are the kinds of things, the building blocks that make games that I consider my favorite. And then you can start going to the shallow stuff. Hey, if a game looks good or the vibe is good, is the gameplay just fun to me, right? And that's all personal. Is the gameplay fun to me, right? That's going to be biased. I might think a game is fun that you don't, so on and so forth. So when it comes to like my personal taste of gaming, it's very diverse and it's very open-ended. But I think my favorite games are games like The Legend of Zelda. What did I just describe? I pretty much described 30 years of Zelda, didn't I? Did you guys catch that? I basically described 30 years of Zelda, didn't I? Freedom of choice, freedom to explore, dungeons, curated content, developers that care about the battle between the player and the, and these are games that literally, Zelda games have spoke to me my whole life because it falls in line with like the experience that I've always wanted out of a video game. And like my taste of games have developed over the years. Right? Now Skyward Sword gets better. It just starts off rough, right? And you can even, I can even challenge Tears of the Kingdom. Like Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild falls short when it comes to curated, developer-pointed situations. Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild's biggest weakness, in my opinion, is a lack of curated dungeons, is a lack of gated content. Gated content means you cannot go in this direction, sir, because you don't have the hook shot. You see, that is acceptable because that scratches the curation itch. While sure, that counters the freedom of exploration, you could argue, but does it really? Because freedom of exploration doesn't always mean climbing every mountain. At some point in gaming, have you guys noticed that has become the interpretation of freedom? Oh, freedom in a game just means a sandbox. Wrong. Freedom can mean all sorts of stuff. Freedom in a game can simply be allowing me to think for myself and not holding my hand. I would argue that Twilight Princess, I would argue that Skyward Sword outside of hand-holding, I would argue that Wind Waker, I would argue that Ocarina of Time has more exploration in some ways than some of the biggest open world games out there. Because you are still exploring, even if you're forced to explore one area first, that excites you. You get excited when you walk to a place in Zelda and you don't have the iron boots. Okay, but you know that there's something behind that door that requires the iron boots. So now you go in a different direction to go find those boots. Exploration. Just because you can climb every mountain in Tears of the Kingdom doesn't mean that it's the ultimate freedom experience. If anything, it is a very freedom and exploring experience. I'm not arguing that it's not an exploration-based game, but that doesn't mean that Ocarina of Time is any less exploration-based. Do you see what I'm saying? Ocarina of Time is just as much of an exploration-based game as Tears of the Kingdom, and the world is a fifth of the size, and it's a linear game for the most part. In my opinion, there's just as much value in both of those games when it comes to exploring. Just as much value. There's so many secrets to uncover in Ocarina, and when you show up to the fire temple and you can't go in because you don't have a fire tunic, now you're set out to explore to find one. That's exploration. So I don't need my exploration-based games to be open world and to allow me to climb every mountain and to swim in every river and to explore every cloud. And I think that there's a misconception there. So the reason I dove into this real quick is because I wanted to say something. I wanted to make it clear that you can value linearity and also value freedom at the same time. And I think I speak for all old school Zelda fans when I say this right now. That's what we're missing from current Zelda right now. Zelda right now, its worst, biggest pain point, the biggest weakness of the modern Zeldas, if there was only one thing to call out of those beautiful games, is their lack of the blend of linearity and freedom. They went so freaking far to the freedom side that they watered their games down, dude. And after I upheave the 15,000th Korok, that reward ain't rewarding anymore. And when I finally lift up the 13,000 medallion from killing the same enemy, at a certain point, there is no more value in that exploration. This is why, as a side note, I think Tears of the Kingdom is better than Breath of the Wild. Because when Breath of the Wild runs out of exploration, Tears of the Kingdom does not. Just a side note. That's why I like Tears more than Breath of the Wild, because Breath of the Wild eventually comes to a screeching halt for enjoyment of exploration, but Tears of the Kingdom stretches that a lot further because of the sky, because of caves, and because of the depths. Now, that was just a side note. I know the depths are basically nothing, and I know the sky is basically nothing, but you got to admit that over 200 entrances to caves really matters. And walking into a cave and not knowing what's on the other side is a feeling that you get to experience in Tears of the Kingdom for hundreds of hours. You don't get, after a while, there is no caves. You've seen all the dungeons. You get to a point in Breath of the Wild where it's just another mountain. And that's cool, but the caves mattered. The caves mattered so much in Tears of the Kingdom. Why did they matter? Exploration. And this is what I'm saying. So linearity can blend with freedom and exploration. And I wanted to make that clear because I felt like for a second there, I might have been mincing my words. On one hand, I said that I value freedom and exploration, but then on the other hand, I said that I value when developers control the player. And I thought to myself, well, can I have both? That doesn't even make sense. And I realized I can have both. I literally just described Ocarina of Time. I literally just described A Link to the Past. And it hit me in the middle of this conversation. I was like, I can have both. You can have both. And that's what I want. That's my favorite games. Provide both of those feelings simultaneously. They make me feel like I'm in a curated world and that the developer is going to be leading me into the best experience I've ever had in my life, while simultaneously letting me think for myself and letting me have moments where I say, can I do this? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I still had a moment where I thought to myself, can I jump over this wall? Dude, the stuff that I do in Zelda games sometimes is unheard of. Multiple times while playing Zelda on stream, specifically old school Zelda, I've had people come into my chat and say, I have never solved that puzzle that way. How did you do that? I didn't even know that was possible. You would think I was a speedrunner. I'm not. I'm just a guy that values exploration so much and tinkering and playing and investigating that I will find the goofiest solutions to the most linear Zeldas ever. I will figure out how to do something that you shouldn't be able to do. Like, you guys watched me break Yoshi yesterday. $60 AAA game, by the way. And I straight up broke Yoshi on that bird level. How did I break it? By just trying things. Exploring the game's mechanics. Throwing the freaking birds everywhere. All of a sudden, they're stuck. Fun fact, I also got myself out of that situation using ingenuity. I thought to myself, maybe my tongue hitbox is going to be able to hit through the wall. And it worked. And I was able to stop myself from being soft locked. And I was able to continue playing the level. So I simultaneously got both experiences. I got myself into a bad spot because of experimenting. And then I got myself back out with the same logic. Now, that's a goofy example because that wasn't supposed to happen in the game, but that is the kind of mindset that I have when I play Zelda games. I love the freedom. When I played Skyward Sword, I would beat a boss and then watch you do it, and you barely ever did it like I did. It was fun to see how you went about things differently. Yeah. What up, Island Melt vibes? Yeah. In my opinion, I feel very strongly that UUT competes very high for objectively the greatest game of all time. I think it does. It's really crazy because I'm so biased. It's hard to say, but WoW will probably be my favorite game forever. And though I don't play anymore, I may never play it again since it's a different game. But the open world and knowing other real people were alongside me was such an amazing feeling. So many good memories in that game, exploring the massive world and different zones, trying to find ways to climb mountains. Dude, I love WoW so much. I'm right there with you on WoW. All right, and then there was one more message I wanted to read. And it was right here. Hold on. Wait, why don't I just click on your name and read your message log? Would you say that Wind Waker, A Link to the Past, and Tears of the Kingdom does these things similarly in their own ways? Yes. Right? So like, what I think that Tears of the Kingdom, Wind Waker, and A Link to the Past all have in common is that they all, being Zelda games, follow this really specific genre archetype. And you can see it in all Zelda games, even to this day, even with the big changes of Breath of the Wild, where they focus on presenting the game in a way where you almost write your own experience for yourself. Anybody notice that a lot of Nintendo games do this? Where they're designed in a way where you almost create your own fun. And I think I'm saying this right. I feel like that's a part of what makes those three games all very similar, but also very different eras of gaming. In A Link to the Past, I feel like you have the freedom. You kind of make your own fun. You kind of are forced to like decide how you want to feel about the game. And I think this has to do with like Link being a silent character. I think it has to do with them not being terribly story driven. Like you're not getting cutscenes and dialogue pushed in front of your face every second. I feel like Zelda games like allow you to like think, like create your own experience almost. It's like they allow you to interpret the game how you see fit. I don't know if this is exactly how I feel, but I think this is right. And I think that's what those 3 games do all together. What up, Raiders? Yeah, I think like Wind Waker, I think Tears of the Kingdom, and I think A Link to the Past, and I also include Ocarina in this. I think all do this similarly. Hearing this convo made me realize that Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom was missing one major element that was vital to other games. Required equipment, yep. While they traded off required equipment for freedom, I think that trade-off wasn't as healthy and that they could find a middle ground. I don't want them to ever take Zelda back to ultimate freedom, or sorry, linearity. What I want them to do is find the balance. I think that having certain items required to do certain things isn't a bad thing at all. And I don't know why they moved away from that. So I think you could still have a dungeon that you can't access without a hook shot. Like, let me give you guys an example real quick. You needed Tulin to get into the dungeon of Tears of the Kingdom, did you not? And you needed Sidon to get into the dungeon in Breath of the Wild. I guess I never realized it, but they replaced the hook shot with a fucking walking, talking fish boy. That's what they did. They replaced the key items with NPCs that you had to acquire to do the things you wanted to do. That's what they did. So instead of giving us a hook shot, they were like, here's a character and a story and a plot, and then you have to do this in order to get to the dungeon. But in past Zelda, that would have been a flute, that would have been a hook shot, that would have been a pair of boots, that would have been bombs. But in Tears of the Kingdom Breath of the Wild, they just give you a character. They're like, well, how else are you gonna get to this big flying bird? You better go get your bird boy, your tool, your equipment. Right? Like, I feel like that's exactly what they did. I totally get your interpretation argument very much. And Ocarina of Time is maybe not quite as high because of the strong story in the game. Well, actually, there's one thing that you're missing, but like, because you couldn't have known this. So I almost said something. So it's funny that you said this, Twitch Thomas. Nostalgia. Funny enough, I'm a GameCube head. I'm not an N64 baby. That's actually the final factor. Funny enough, nostalgia comes back into the conversation. The reason Ocarina doesn't get mentioned as my favorite Zelda game when I bring up my top 3 is because I played more GameCube than any console in my life outside of streaming. And Wind Waker was the most played game besides for Animal Crossing GameCube on the GameCube for me. I put so many hours into Wind Waker. As a linear game, you would be shocked. A Link to the Past was the same. It was the first Zelda that I ever played. First Zelda I ever beat. And Tears of the Kingdom was the first time I got to share a brand new Zelda with my community. 3 pivotal points in my life. Wind Waker, the first Zelda that I really ever got to sit down and buy and purchase and play myself and to play as a teenager. Tears of the Kingdom I shared with all of you, and A Link to the Past, my first ever Zelda I beat. So funny enough, Ocarina is like right there for me. It's just nostalgia. And you want to know why I can confirm this? Is because I played Ocarina for the first time in 15 years back in 2021, and I cried grown man tears, and I said to myself, I can't believe that I overlooked this game for 15 years. And that moment really shattered my whole Zelda game timeline. In 2021, my whole Zelda game timeline of like what I consider to be the best Zelda games shattered. Because Ocarina is so good. Ocarina of Time is so good. Like, it's so good. It's a coming of age story of like, you can relate to it as a kid because you're the kid, but then you come back to it as an adult and you step back and you go, oh my God, but now I'm an adult and I'm facing all the trials of an adult, just like adult Link, who gets ripped out of 7 years of his childhood. A kid Link loses his whole childhood. All of a sudden, doesn't that sound like a lot of us here? In the modern era, who got ripped out of our childhood and thrown into the society without even, you know, without even a pat on the bum. And then here you are playing a game that literally embodies the whole experience of being a child and being afraid of growing up. And then you're an adult and you're playing it and you're looking back and you yearn for the child days where you had a boomerang and a slingshot, and you realize what they did. You look back as an adult and you say, oh my God, this game is a masterpiece. You see, I couldn't appreciate that as a kid. And if you could, then maybe you were a bit of a more wise kid. I didn't appreciate Ocarina as a kid, dude. I didn't at all. Not that way, not on that level. I was just like, ooh, a Zelda game, cool. You know, but like when I came back to Ocarina as an adult, I said, wait a second, this game is insanely iconic. So yeah, weirdly enough, my relationship with Ocarina is just super unique. Yeah, Twilight Princess on GameCube's my preferred way to play it. Twilight Princess and me also have a weird relationship. So this is where my inner hipster comes in. Everyone loved Twilight Princess more than Wind Waker as a kid. Therefore, I learned to kind of like Wind Waker more because I hated all of the Wind Waker haters. So if you ever wonder, well, Hylian, you're a GameCube kid, how do you like Wind Waker more than Twilight Princess? You can blame all of the people who absolutely took a steaming doo-doo on top of Wind Waker when it released, making me feel like an idiot. As a little kid who wanted to love Wind Waker and was told by everyone in society that Wind Waker wasn't allowed to be liked. Why do you like this game? It looks like it's a game for babies, is what they said. And then when Twilight Princess came out, everyone was slobbing on it, you know? Everyone was, oh, Twilight, it's the best thing ever! And there I was sitting there like, did you even play Wind Waker? I was mad. I was upset. I'm like, did you even play Wind Waker? I'm sorry, Twilight Princess is a great game, dude. But it doesn't even make my top 5. Oh, oops. No, I said I wanted nothing but pure silence, and that's what you guys got, apparently. I muted on purpose, but then I didn't unmute. I thought I unmuted. Yeah, I muted on purpose, and I thought I clicked the unmute button. That's why I was so just like chilling and laughing. My buttons are getting outdated, man. Unfortunately, my Stream Deck buttons need a little bit more force. Any Stream Deckers know what I'm talking about? I used to be able to just give these things a little light tap. And now I have to like press them a little bit harder. Yeah, it's my OG 15 key, yeah. I feel like it's starting to go. It's been around for a while. IGN Live in downtown Los Angeles? No, but that would be cool. Dude, imagine if Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild were one game, yeah. Maybe take away the Legos, even though they're cool. but keep everything else. My middle button started freaking out after 6 months. Yeah. They make a mechanical switch option now. Bro is still muted. Yeah, I muted for effect and I failed. Or I succeeded. Wind Waker was cool, so cool though. Yeah, it just got talked down on, unfortunately. It's hard, man. It's hard when you let, at a certain point in your life, you let people's opinions affect you. So I didn't get to enjoy Wind Waker as much as I probably could have because of that. But let me tell you, I was obsessed with Wind Waker because I was such a hipster. I liked Wind Waker more because everyone else hated it. So don't get it wrong. Yo, D-Bow, thanks again for the raid, man. Did we get you a shout out? Let me get you a... Yeah, we did get you a shout out, did we? You were doing some Guild Wars 2. Nice. That's why I don't let other people's opinions sway my own. Yeah, as a kid, that was hard for me. I was very, very moldable as a kid. Like to a fault. I was so affected by other people's opinions. It was rough. It took me a long time to figure that out, unfortunately. You know, there's rumors that we're getting DLCs, but we haven't gotten any announced yet. Oh, I wanted to read this message real quick. But Wind Waker kind of does levels like that. You're right about that. Yeah, Wind Waker does have a like the characters as tools. Yeah, so it's I didn't think about that, but that's such a funny realization. Like, if you think about Tulin and you think about Sidon as key items, then in a way, key items are still in Zelda. They're just in the form of weirdly sexy fish boys. They didn't have to make that dude so sexy. Same thing with Mifa. Stop it, they're fish. Make them all look like anglerfish, please. I just didn't game for many years as a teenager and adult, aside from randomness like Nintendogs. Yeah, there's gaming and then there's gaming. There's gaming and then there's gaming, right? There's like, I play a game a little bit here and there, and then there's the people who like lean into the culture. Right. Fishy fish right there, yeah. So I understand what you're saying. You're saying you weren't like too culture deep. And not everyone's gonna be that deep in gaming, you know? Some people, it's truly just like a light hobby. And I have a lot of respect for people who can enjoy multiple hobbies and just game a little bit here and there. That's cool. For me, it's kind of like the main reason why I exist. Yep. I don't care. You know, I used to feel kind of ashamed to say that. People would be like, you live for video games? Loser. No, nowadays, I look at them like they're the ones that should be pitied. What are you living for? What are you living for your kids? What do you got, children? Yeah, I got kids. I name them Animal Crossing, The Legend of Zelda, Mario Odyssey. Yeah, son, that's what I'm living for. I'm playing games, dude. Do you think Ocarina will be remade? I think so, yeah. I live for good games and music. Good games and music. Zora sucked beauty from humans in Twilight Princess. Don't get started on the humans in Twilight Princess. How you know the parent is a millennial? So we're gonna talk about the baby in Twilight Princess, or listen, the baby's not the one that looks the worst. Twilight Princess NPCs. All right, listen, the baby is a little bit messed up, all right? But if you want to talk about NPCs in Twilight Princess, take a look at this ragtag bunch. The baby's not even really that bad. when you look at the chicken with nipples and the clown guy and the dude who got the Midas touch curse, he's not even that bad, dude. And like, look at this poor girl. This might be the ugliest character in the game right here. Look at this poor girl right here. Look at this monstrosity, dude. Like, what is happening here, dude? Yeah, dude, like Malo is not even, he's just a little frumpy looking baby, dude. It's not even that bad. Look at this old dude. Oh, you can't, it's too small. You can oh my gosh. And then randomly they turn Minda into a goddess. Then randomly the end of the game and Minda gets turned into a goddess after being a little gremlin the whole time. What a weird game, dude. Twilight Princess was so weirdly great. What about the lady who ran the bar though? We don't talk about Telma. Telma was Miyamoto's little project. Did I ever tell y'all about that? This NPC right here. So for those that don't know this lore, I learned this from Did You Know Gaming. You guys ready? All right. So this character right here is named Telma. And apparently during the development of Twilight Princess, Miyamoto would show up and check in on the art staff to make sure that this character was being designed the way that he wanted. So apparently this character Telma was Miyamoto's little project. The cringe lord, horny old man that he apparently is. Apparently homie wanted to make sure that there was some mature booba in his game because he was so mad that everyone called Wind Waker a baby's game that he knew that Twilight Princess needed two things to succeed. It needed action, serious action, and it needed some honkers. He knew that two things were required. And he needed some action and some bazingas. All right. And then you got the most mature Zelda we've ever received to this date. Still to this day, it is by far the most mature Zelda we've ever gotten. Some booba. That's all it took was some booba and some dark magic. Tingle's honkers weren't enough for y'all? Wolf boys and boobas. That's it. That was it. The dark booba. All right. We're gonna get out of here. I'll be back tomorrow, and hopefully we can jam out to some Lego Batman, I guess. At this point, I'm like, I don't even know what I'm doing with that game. They delayed it out of the Switch 2. I couldn't play it this morning like I planned. I don't even know. I don't even know how many of y'all are even interested in Lego Batman. But I'm kind of interested, so I guess that's all that matters. At least this time. So I think we'll be playing it tomorrow. We'll see what happens here. I've been watching others play it. It looks cool. Yeah, you know, it's one of those games where I feel stupid because like I'm oversharing, but like I should have just spent the $90,000 and been playing the game since Tuesday, because first to market actually matters. Unfortunately, I have like slight regrets that I just didn't commit and play this game all week because it's like, well, so I'm loading up the game tomorrow, like 5 days into the game's life, basically, and it just feels like at this point I'm just doing it for me. So then I had to ask myself when I woke up this morning, am I sure this is what my community wants, or would they be happier if I just showed up doing what I normally do? Because like, am I just doing this for me at this point? Like, I'm not sure. Sometimes I have to ask myself that question. Like, am I just like committing to this because I said I would? Like, who wants to watch Batman? I'm not sure. I think we're gonna play it, for the record. I think we're gonna play it. I think we're gonna check it out. I just might not commit to a full playthrough. Ending on Booba was the best. I'm glad you noticed. Sandwich Batman. Should I just show up stoned playing Batman? That would make it a lot of fun. Yeah, that would make it a very different experience. Yeah. Show up playing Batman stoned as hell. Oh, Batman. Batman needs 2 seats. All right, we're gonna drop a raid. All right, y'all. If we got a mod, could we get some raid messages shared in the chat? I'll do it in just a second. Let's go ahead and drop a raid. Let's go visit someone else today. You guys down to support someone? Let's go support someone else out here today. And we're gonna go and we're gonna visit. I'm gonna go ahead and support my boy Brett Salapa. I love this guy. He's a big Zelda fan. This guy might be a bigger Zelda fan than me, which we don't say that lightly around here. This dude's insanely cool. I love Brett, dude. He's so rad. He's just a small streamer. He loves playing Zelda. He's celebrating 40 years of anniversary of Zelda right now. Check him out. On that note, this is Highly in Descent, signing off from another wonderful iRoll Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow for some Lego Batman, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right, y'all. Grab a raid message. Let's go visit Brett. Thank you for being here. Thanks for supporting me. I seriously love y'all. Thank you for making this what it is. If there's one thing that I already know, is that no matter what I do, I'm still showing up in the morning to the best community on Twitch. So I might be in my head a little bit, but I need y'all to know that. I know that it doesn't matter. Just showing up and being here is what matters. Love y'all and appreciate y'all. Have a great rest of your weekend, your Friday if I don't see you. And enjoy some bread, all right? I'll be back tomorrow. Peace, and hit them cat jams, baby. Peace.